All right, good morning, everyone. Um, I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory. My name is Neil Harden. I'm chairing today's panel. With me are Mike Colatriglio and Valerie Werhan. The assessor today is Sletana Shabel, and the administrative personnel is Phoebe Graywood. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment rule in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we'll limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony. Anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by council and is independent of it in the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order to be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of King's Bench for the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following a swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions the applicant may have, then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed and recorded and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1 and 2 on our docket today. Ms. Graywood, please affirm the assessors and the applicant's testimony.
Ms. Shabel, please state your full name.
Svetlana Shabel.
Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Cadieux, please state your full name.
Paul Kedzie.
Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Mercury, please state your full name.
James Mercury.
Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. So the first item on today's agenda is 7790 Sherbrooke Street for the assessment year 2024. This is a complex application, so I would appreciate if everyone can keep their remarks focused. So thank you, Ms. Shabel. You can begin.
File number 29-9, roll number 130-990-69150. We have preliminary issue like classification of property liability to taxation under appeal.
Yes. All right. So we will deal with classification and liability first. Mr. Mercury, who's taking the lead on that?
So I will start with that. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that there's some complexity to this appeal. There are 2 years under appeal, and I thought it might be helpful to, excuse me, you'll have to bear with me a little bit today. I'm battling a cough, so apologize in advance for that. But these are both supplemental assessments, and the background to this is that in the fall of 2024, we had requested a review of the property on the basis of the fact that there was an exemption available to the property that had not been recognized by the City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department. A significant portion of this building is leased by Shared Health, and it is in the geographic area that under the Municipal Assessment Act, it entitles it to an exemption. But before I get into that, I actually thought it might be helpful to give a little bit of context on the changes of assessment, because I think this will be relevant to your analysis. Just a few moments ago, I had submitted a document. It's titled Rebuttal History of Assessments for 2024 and 2025. As the board received that, because I think it will be just important to provide the context for how we're here and the issues we're dealing with. Perhaps the secretary could advise if you have that document.
I did receive it and I responded to your email. We received 3 rebuttal documents from your party for this morning's hearing. I wasn't sure where you wanted the page to be placed.
Yeah, it doesn't much. You can mark it as number 4 if you like. I'm not overly fussed by that. It's just a 1-page quick summary, but I think it might be helpful to all parties to have that available to them.
Okay, Ms. Graywood, can you put it in our shared folder?
This one's in here.
It's not coming up. Oh, there it is. All right. Is that the okay, rebuttal history of assessment?
That's the document I'd ask you to take a look at, and I'll just briefly walk you through that just for the benefit of the board. So in 2024, the original assessment was 40,879,000. You can see there, and it was fully taxable. The property was previously owned by what is commonly known as the Manitoba Clinic, or its real property holding company. We'll get into the history of this, but the Manitoba Clinic was subject to CCAA proceedings, was in financial distress. The property was ultimately acquired by the current owner, HSCF Property Inc., which is short for Health Sciences Center Foundation. Property Inc., Mr. Cadieux is here. He's the CFO of that entity. But nonetheless, upon HSCF taking ownership of the property, which was in late 2023, the Shared Health acquired and took leasehold ownership of approximately 80,000 square feet in that building. The assessor has recognized that, and has you'll see in her submission and in Mr. Neufeld's submission the Shared Health lease. Shared Health also there's a building here and also a large parkade facility. So it's all part of one structure. I expect this is 790 Sherbrooke. I expect many of you are familiar with the building, may have been in the building. And so when our office became involved and did a review of the property, it was apparent that an exemption was available in light of the use of the building and ownership of the building. So we wrote to the City Assessment Department in the fall of 2024 and had flagged the issue for them. That was then acknowledged by the city. They undertook a full review of the property in its entirety, and asked us for questions, information regarding the property, all of the leases, and related information. Subsequent to that, and you can see on the history of assessment document, Mr. Chairman, on November the 5th, 2024, the city initially issued a supplemental assessment. And you can see there what they've done is they've changed the value by, they actually increased the value, strangely, to $57,247,000, which so you can see that they've granted the exemption that we had requested, or a portion of the exemption that we requested, I should say, of $18,003,000, or approximately 43% of the building. And then I've left $39,244,000 as taxable. To make a long story short, there was further communication between Ms. Scheibel and my office regarding that reassessment, if you will. There appeared to have been some errors, which is obvious when you increase the assessment by $17 million. There had been no physical changes to the property. It was just really the exemption issue that we were looking at. The assessment department ultimately acknowledged there were errors in that reassessment of the property, if you will. And then a second supplemental assessment was issued on January the 8th, 2025, changing the value back down, although not to the original value of $40,879,000, but this time to $42,289,000. And the approximate proportion of exempt space was very close to what it was previously, $18,169,000, and then $24,120,000 as taxable. So we'll get to the 2025, but you can see that the same thing was happening for 2025, right? They had, the request was made, they had issued, in this case, it was called an assessor advice for 2025, and had changed the value from $37,595,000 to $54,123,000, which again caused us some. We were surprised by that. We asked for a review. It was reviewed, and then it was adjusted down to $40,145,000. And you can see the exemption in the middle column, approximately 42% of the space being exempt. So the issue here is the city has recognized the exemption that is available, but in our view, it is the proportionate amount is not correct, and it should be slightly higher than what it should be, what is currently showing. So let me just, you can put that document aside. We'll likely come back to this as we deal with other issues when we get to value, but you can see the assessor has increased the value based on the reevaluation of the property, even though the request for review was based on an exemption only. So with that, I'm going to take you to another document that you have available to you. So let me, if you could just bear with me for a moment. I know you have a number of documents that have been provided to you. Just bear with me here. Okay, so if you have the supplementary realty assessment, it's a book of documents that we had filed. It's under MLT Aikens. There's one for 24 and 25, but they're actually identical, so it doesn't really much matter which one you pull up. But I'll walk you through quickly what some of the background, and we'll get to some additional information. So if everyone has that, tab 1 of this document, just bear with me, tab 1. This is just the corporate record for HSCF Property Inc. You can see the directors there. This is just the legal owner of the property, and Mr. Cadu is shown as a director and the chief financial officer. You'll hear from him shortly. Tab 2 is just the status of title document. You can see HSCF Property is the current owner, and it took title You can see at page, bear with me, I believe it is on, yes, page 13, you can see the transmission of land, January 18, 2024, HSCF Property Inc. So there is an affiliation with Health Sciences Center, which you'll hear from Mr. Cadu on that in the background. Tab 3 is just an overview, an aerial shot of the property. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the aerial. It's actually showing. This is an earlier aerial photo, so it's not. I'll actually go to tab 4. Tab 4, you can see the building itself. And the parkade, which is part of the building, and then the actual offices above. Tab 5 is a breakdown of the actual tenancies in the building. And so this is will become important as we discuss various issues, but you'll see number 2 on the list is shared health. Okay, so shared health, you're all familiar with, but and Mr. Cadu will provide some context as to why shared health acquired or took leasehold ownership of this space, approximately 80,000 square feet, 88,150 square feet to be precise. So 53.6 or approximately 54% of the building is leased by shared health. And the other tenants are, for the most part, all we'll call medical related entities. Well Health, which is essentially a doctor's clinic, that's the other major tenant in the building, and then the various other tenants, including Dynacare, Winnipeg Hearing Aid Center, Shoppers Drug Mart, etc. In addition to that, there is the parking structure. So this is just the building space, 80,150 square feet. Pursuant to the terms of its lease, and you'll hear from this more on this later, Shared Health is entitled for just its staff 80 parking stalls within that building or within that structure. In addition to that, it is entitled to at least 100 stalls for guests or for patients or guests just reserved for Shared Health. And then there is, of course, a large amount of what I'll call scramble parking in there in that facility. I believe it's the total number of stalls is 559 stalls, if I'm not mistaken, in that facility. So a large number of them would be used for Shared Health. And you'll see from the assessor's material that only a small portion of the parkade facility is allocated as exemption. By my calculation, it's about 12.6% of that parkade, which is far too low when you look at the overall usages of that facility. And again, Mr. Cadu will speak to this in greater detail when you hear his presentation. So I'll come back to that. Tab 6 is the Municipal Assessment Act. You're all familiar with this. And there are essentially, there's 2 exemptions, one primary exemption provision that is applicable here, and then a secondary one. So if you look at, page 31 of the brief, clause C.1, 22 C.1, it's real property that, excuse me, is owned or beneficially owned by Shared Health and located in the city of Winnipeg within a certain geographic area between bounded by the west on Tecumseh and the south Notre Dame, on the east by Sherbrooke, and on the north by Elgin Avenue. It's not disputed that this property is within that geographic area, and it is there's leasehold ownership in this building, and it's subject to an exemption under this section of the Act. So for all of the space that it leases and its parking allocation, essentially, and use of the parking facility, there is an exemption. There's a secondary exemption available for real property that is used for a hospital, and that is 22(1)(e). The shared health space has been earmarked, and again, you'll hear more from Mr. Cadieux on this, is used in conjunction with the Health Sciences Center and the various programs and clinics of the Health Sciences Center. In terms of the use of the parkade, I want to just speak to that. There are various other examples in and around the city of Winnipeg where parkade facilities that are affiliated or used in connection with the hospital are not partially exempt, but totally exempt. I've given you a few examples. Tab 8, 374 Taché. This is the St. Boniface Hospital parkade structure, which you're probably all familiar with. This property, and if you actually look at tab 9, you can see the aerial view of it. The hospital on the left, the parkade on the right. It's on a separately titled lot. It is owned by Dury's Charities, Inc., which is a separate entity, and the entire property is exempt from taxation because it's used primarily for the hospital, although there are some other users of that facility for other premises in the vicinity. That's an exempt entity. 701 William is the Health Sciences Center parkade, and you can see it there on the map, tab 10. It's page 48. It's totally exempt. Page 49. Tab 11, you can just see the aerial of the Health Sciences Center parkade. It's totally exempt. Tab 12, this is the cancer care document. You'll be aware that cancer care is directly across the street. And this is just the parking information from cancer care. And you'll see at the bottom of page 54 that the designated parkade, or one of the designated parkades for the cancer care facility, which is in itself an exempt entity, is 790 Sherbrooke Street, and that's the subject property. Tab 13, this is the parking layout for the Children's Hospital. You can see one of the designated parking facilities. The bottom right is Manitoba Clinic Parkade, bottom right. Tab 14 is just 10 Emily Street. That is adjacent to the Women's Hospital. It's the Shared Health Parkade. It's totally exempt. 35 Tecumseh is just next door. It's the same thing. So when we go back to what I'd like now to do is just to take a look at focus on the use of the parkade itself. And for that purpose, I want to just pull up another document if I could. This is bear with me. There's a 2020, it's called 2024 HSCF supplemental appeal brief. And this is a submission from Mr. Cadieux, which he'll be speaking to, and I may ask him to touch on some points if that's okay, Paul. But you'll see here at the end of this document, bear with me. As a short summary from Mr. Cadieux, due to the location on HSC campus, parkade located at 790 Sherbrooke is widely used by several exempt entities: Shared Health, Health Sciences Center, Cancer Care, Children's Hospital, and to some extent the U of M. Include doctors, staff, patients, faculty, and students. Approximately 84% of the parkade, according to his estimate, is used by exempt entities. The balance used by ancillary users or the for-profit tenants at 790 Sherbrooke. So there is, I think the Mr. Chairman hit the nail on the head. There's some complexity to this, but what is our request with respect to the exemption on the property as a whole? I will say that based on my review of the parkade, the use of the parkade, not only by Shared Health, but by various hospital facilities, there certainly is an argument to be made that the entire parkade, the dominant use, is for a combination of shared health and hospital use, such that it is subject to a total exemption, which would require you to determine what the proportionate value of that parkade structure is, and I'm not going to go into that right now. But for the sake of it being conservative, I will say what we are proposing to the board is a slight adjustment to the proportionate exemption that is applicable to the property as a whole. Right now, as I mentioned, I believe the assessor's determination was that approximately, we go back to that history of assessment document, is approximately 42 or 43% of the overall value of the property is exempt, and the balance being taxable. What we are suggesting to the board as is both a conservative and frankly workable approach to this is to use the percentage of 54% of the overall value of the property as being exempt in accordance with the provisions that I have provided to you. As I said, I think that is a conservative approach to it, given what I have seen on other parkade facilities and similar health facilities. And I would ask that you take that away, and once you have determined the valuation of the property, that you can use that proxy to split the class and liability appropriately from taxable and exempt. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman, with respect to liability and taxation. I might ask that Mr. Cadieux does have some additional comments here with respect to just the parkade. I know he will have more to say with respect to the facility as a whole and the history of it, but to the extent I have missed any information in terms of the use, Mr. Cadieux can speak to that. So I'm happy to turn the floor over to him, or if you'd like, I can stop here and allow questions from the assessor and the board, but it may be just expedient to have Mr. Cadieux fill in any additional gaps that I may have missed as part of this narrative. So however the board would like to proceed is fine with me.
I think we would like to hear the entirety of the presentation on liability so we can deal with questions in their totality as well.
Okay, very good. So, Mr. Cadieux, maybe before you begin, you could introduce yourself in terms of who you are and the organization. I'm going to ask you just to speak to the parkade itself, and just touching on my presentation. I know you will have more to say on the history of the facility and the background of the property. You can hold those comments, but do you have anything else to add on the parkade facility? And feel free to reference the brief that you have submitted to the board.
Thank you, Jamie, and good morning to the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And as you know, James has mentioned, I'm happy to discuss at some point kind of the history and the rationale behind the purchase by the foundation of this property. But for purposes of to move things along, I can just spend maybe a moment or two with respect to the parkade. The parkade, as noted, is about 650 stalls if you incorporate the surface lot in the front. And as noted, the overwhelming use of that parkade is for neighboring entities on the campus. And at one time, just maybe a bit of background, and it's noted as one of the tabs or the appendices. And I'll be referring to this at more and more once I get an opportunity to speak about kind of the financial challenges the building had. But Appendix 1 is an affidavit of Keith McConnell, and it's in your tab too. And I'll just leave it at that. But in there is a reference that there was an addition made, a significant amount of investment on the parkade, and largely to accommodate a cancer care second building. And that was there was a big expectation there would be increased demand as a result of that building being built. Unfortunately, that cancer care building never got constructed, but the parkade was expanded. So it's a pretty large parkade. Having said that, the campus is growing, and there are more and more challenges for parking on the campus, and the occupancy of the parkade is growing and growing. And we have one tenant, like the for-profit tenant, Well Health, the former Manitoba Clinic medical operation, has in their lease 85 stalls that are reserved. Short of that, the retail tenants have just a handful of stalls. The overwhelming majority of that parkade is used by Shared Health, which is effectively the contracting arm of Health Science Center, and then and many other entities on the campus that I would argue would be exempt entities. For instance, as James mentioned earlier, cancer care, Health Science Center as well, Children's Hospital, University of Manitoba, and others like that use that parkade. For instance, we have over 300 monthly parkers, and those will be those people, those tenants I just mentioned, the University of Manitoba, etc. And for instance, I'll just give you a quick for instance. University of Manitoba is building a brand new dentistry building. That building is actually going up on a surface lot. It obviously takes a bit of supply out of the campus parkade. They approached us. We've made an arrangement with them where they've taken as many as 80 stalls. So there are a lot of entities using this parkade that are arguably exempt-like entities. So that's a bit of the history I would share with you. You could make a case that it's significantly more than 54% of that parkade is used by exempt entities. So, Jamie, if you have things that you'd like me to touch on, I'm happy to do so.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that covers it. And just for the benefit of the board, Mr. Kidd, you referenced in a part of his submission an affidavit and the cancer care. This was an affidavit filed in connection with the CCAA proceedings in court to give a history of the challenges of this property. But it's at page 11 of the material of that brief, that large brief that was submitted. And you'll see the reference to the cancer care, the initial plans to go into partnership with cancer care. And so essentially the clinic was left with a very large parkade, which was then utilized ultimately by Shared Health as the dominant user. But those are the comments we have, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Ms. Scheibel? I think you're muted.
Yeah, the audio is not coming through, I don't think.
You're not hearing her.
Yeah, we're not hearing you. No, we're still not hearing you.
Now,
Now we can, yeah.
We hear you now.
don't need this. I don't have questions.
Okay, Mr. Colatrigio, questions then?
I guess just a couple of questions. HSCF Property Inc., which is the hospital foundation which Mr. Cadu represents, correct?
That's correct.
That's a separate entity from HSC Hospital itself, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And,
Mr. Cadieux could speak to the connection between the two to the extent that's necessary.
okay, if at this point, I wouldn't mind understanding a little bit more about that connection. So maybe that would be a good part to start with, sir.
Sure. Paul, do you want to address that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thank you. So I'll give a bit of background and, I'll try to keep it brief. The Health Science Center Foundation's sole mission is to improve healthcare outcomes for all Manitobans. And HSC is arguably the most important hospital in the province. The doctors and staff manage the most complex needs of all Manitobans: trauma, transplants, burns, neurosciences, complex cancer, and pediatric care. In addition, the HSC, with respect to the number of patient visits, 40% of the patient visits that come to HSC are from northern communities. So it's truly, what we argue is that HSC is Manitoba's hospital because we serve all Manitobans, and we take pride in that, and we find it an important service to our community. So HSC Foundation, which I am part of, I am the CFO, and on it with respect to the structure, we own the entity that has purchased the building, HSCF Property Inc. Before we acquired the building, and I'll get into that in a second, it was important for us to have a legal separation between the foundation and this entity, for a variety of reasons, which I'm sure you can appreciate. Because it was very important for us to protect the foundation in the event something untoward happened with respect to that investment. So now I'm going to just start talking about why we would be involved in buying a building. So we recognize buying the Manitoba Clinic out of bankruptcy may seem extremely unusual for a foundation to do, and arguably not many foundations in the country have ever acquired real property like this. But we as an organization, and I got to thank the board for them, our board, like the foundation board, for their diligence as well as their commitment to the cause and the time they took to understand the rationale. But we did a significant amount of due diligence with respect to that, and we worked very closely with all the various government stakeholders. So we acted effectively as one, and James has mentioned that more than once through the discussion. So the why, purchasing the Manitoba Clinic building had one primary objective, and it was to accelerate the implementation of the Bannatyne Campus Master Plan, which is a 50-year plan to upgrade the infrastructure on the HSC campus itself. This initiative, us buying the Manitoba Clinic, would then help accelerate the implementation or the construction of a new building, of tower, effectively, to house about 16 stores is the plan, which includes about 6 floors of clinic space and 10 patient floors. And just to give some context, if people have been through HSC at some point, or to see a loved one or themselves, that tower will replace some patient floors that were constructed in the early 1900s. So clearly there needs to be some investment made with respect to patient floors. The Manitoba Clinic is the vacant space, effectively would act as relocation space for displaced clinics in the main hospital as the new tower was constructed. So without the Manitoba Clinic purchase, Shared Health's plan was to build a separate building to act as that relocation space. And this opportunity of the foundation acquiring Manitoba Clinic would effectively reduce the construction of that new bed tower by 5 years. So we effectively worked real close, again, with all government stakeholders, as well as Shared Health, as well as HSC. And again, our mandate is to help improve healthcare outcomes of all Manitobans. And that was the intent of us acquiring the building. And we wanted to share that background with you so you had an appreciation of why we felt it was so important to purchase the building. And have an appreciation for the importance of that acquisition and the benefit that should be achieved by all Manitobans over the course of time.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I guess you can, and again, forgive me, you conveyed this information to the assessor when the changeover took place of ownership of the building?
So just in response to your question, the ownership change was 2020, late 23, early 24. The property assessment had not been reviewed by anyone in particular until my office became involved later on in the year 24. So that is when we alerted the assessment department to the change, and HSCF Property Inc. had provided some information. There is a chain of email communications that I've provided in the material, but then that led to requests for information and the supplemental assessments. So,
right. So you did provide information.
Yes.
To the department and laid out pretty much what was happening at the time in the new building, correct?
Yes, it actually was a matter of public knowledge, Mr. Colatrulio, in terms of the purchase. There's actually a few media stories. We didn't include it in the material, but it was public knowledge in terms of, obviously Mr. Cadew's gone into much greater detail, but in terms of the acquisition of this property to benefit Health Sciences Center, really, and serve as swing space for the facility, that was a matter of public knowledge. It was out there, but we made it. We provided some initial information. Frankly, I had invited a discussion with the city assessment department to get into the details on this a little, to provide greater context. And unfortunately, the city didn't take me up on that invitation. They just asked for leases and issued the supplementals as they saw fit. I would have preferred to engage in a much greater discussion with the city, but they didn't take me up on that offer. So, more of the information is provided here in this context.
All right. So in essence, Mr. Cadew, we have a scenario where, as you stated, the building is part of a longer term plan for the entire campus. And even though certain things may or may not have happened as a result of it, still a long-term plan. That building is part of that plan, correct?
100% correct.
All right. I think I understand position taken, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Werhan, questions?
Mine were that just answered. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, Mr. Murphy, you stated that you're looking at a 54-46 split. Is that for the parking structure only?
No, that's for the facility as a whole. So the breakdown, I think I had this. Look, I know I was looking at it yesterday. The assessors, if you go back to that document that we were looking at earlier, There's not you'd have to go into the assessor's material in her brief to see how she has broken it down. And what you'll see, the way that she has done it, and actually I know Mr. Cadu and I were discussing this yesterday and looking at it in great detail. And Paul, you can jump in here, but the way the assessor has valued it for 2024, if you have this information at your fingertips, I don't know, but they have the building itself as a certain percentage of it is exempt. I think it's close to 53% or somewhere in there, Paul, is that right?
Yes.
And then the parkade, the proportionate value of the parkade according to the assessor's breakdown, Mr. Chairman, is about 12.6%. So if you combine that together, it adds up to a total of about 42 to 43% of the overall value, if that makes sense. And so what we're saying is that there's no issue necessarily with the building allocation as the assessor has approached it. The concern is that by only allocating 12.6% of the parkade value, that's underestimating the appropriate amount of exempt space in that parkade, and as a follow-up from that, of course, the entire property. So it's not an exact science here, unfortunately. As I mentioned earlier, I think there's a case to be made that the entire value of that parkade should be exempt given the dominant use of it. But to simplify matters as a more conservative approach, what we have suggested to the board and to the city is that we simply take the 54% occupancy and leasehold ownership within the building itself and apply that evenly and proportionately to the parkade as well. So you have an overall breakdown of 54-46 class liability split. Again, that's not an exact science, but it is after much discussion and having analyzed this in many different ways, we think is actually a quite a fair breakdown given all of the context of this. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Are there any stalls that are specifically assigned to shared health?
Yes, there are 80 stalls in that parkade that are specifically assigned, and that's just for the staff of shared health. And then in addition to that, the lease document, which I'm not sure if is in the evidence, but the lease itself provides that the landlord is to reserve at least another 100 stalls for just shared health, for visitors, patients, and so forth. And then, of course, there's the additional parking, the scramble parking, if you will, that is available. So in terms of the just specifically reserved, like you'll see a reserved sign on it, I think in that parkade, you'll have 80 stalls and then another 100 that has to be reserved.
Okay. All right. So then the rest are just you park where you find it.
You park where you find it, but they have done a pretty good job of tracking kind of who's using it and where they're going. It's obviously not an exact science, but I think you saw in what I'll call the parkade memo that Mr. Cadu provided, and I took you to earlier. He's got a pretty good handle on it's Impark who manages this lot, but they've got a pretty good handle on the users of the facility.
All right. Those and
Could I get one more question, Mr. Chairman?
sure,
please?
go ahead. Yeah.
With respect to the parking stalls, Mr. Cadu, you had mentioned in your brief presentation that you feel that there are approximately at least 300 monthly parkers from the site of HSC using the parkade. Is that in addition to the 80 from shared health and the additional 100 for general public? Is that what I'm leading to understand?
Yeah, that is exactly how to understand it. There are over 300 monthly parkers, and just the adjacency. Cancer Care takes a big chunk of that, as well as the University of Manitoba, because they're close to that parkade. But you are absolutely right. Shared Health has 80 stalls for doctors and supporting staff. They require us as a covenant in the lease that we have a minimum of 100 stalls available for patients. And then we have over 300 monthly partners, and all those entities I referred to as well. So, we've kind of talked about it a few times. There's an overwhelming argument that, like as I noted in my memo, roughly only 16% of the parkade would be for taxable entities, we'll say. And the overwhelming majority of that parkade is really for entities on the campus that would arguably be exempt. But hopefully I've answered your question, and happy to
Thank you. That did clarify position that you've taken this morning. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, that's good. All right, Ms. Scheibel, your presentation on liability then?
Yes, please open brief for 2025 25-6. We'll be looking specific for exemption portion. It starts on page 34.
Just a minute here. I had your 24 documents open, but not your 25. Let me just find it. Okay.
Everyone with me?
Yep.
So on page 34, we can see confirmation amendment agreement. So exemption portion, it's 18,150 square feet. That it's 53.5% leasable area. What we apply for office building. From all rentable area, 149,775 square feet. That exemption of leasable area came from. On page 35, start lease specific for between HSC Foundation and Sharon Health. Sharon Health entitled for exemption. And you can see it's on page 35, 36. We can look on page 37, rent. So we can see that rent for this property for 80,150 square feet, $21 per square foot. It's net rent. On page 38, we will talking about additional rent for parking space. Parking rent, we will looking on page 39, parking rent 7.1A. So tenant shall pay landlord $132 per square foot per parking stall for use of 80 parking stalls. So we do diligent went through all leases and applied this 18 parking stall exemption from parkade. If another tenants who entitled for exemption lease same parkade, whole parkade is 639 stalls. We need copy of lease to support parking stall count, and we will be apply for this portion of exemption. We was never provide with this information.
Okay, is that your presentation?
Yes. For
Okay,
exemption portion.
questions, Mr. Mercury?
Yeah, so just to clarify, your position with respect to the parkade, you've only allocated the exemption in relation to the 80 stalls in the parkade, that's correct?
Correct, that
Okay.
occupied by Share Health.
Okay, and you would acknowledge that shared health, the either the staff or the visitors to the shared health would use more than 80 stalls in that facility.
It's
that
not
fair?
part of lease.
I understand it's not part of,
Everyone who going to hospital have to pay for the lease.
that's right.
For leasing parking space. For example, sharehold pay $132 per stall. So, but it's entitled for exemption. So it is 80 stalls, full exemption by department. I could repeat myself. If someone similar situation rent parking stall, we need support evidence to apply exemption.
So, however, are you familiar with the parkades at other hospital facilities, including St. Boniface and HSC, for example, in that area? Not all of those stalls are leased and reserved for doctors of the hospital. You would agree?
Yes, but this hospital full occupied by hospital. In our case, it's share health occupied portion of whole building.
Yeah. So the St.
So
Boniface
it's
Hospital,
partial exemption for parkade as well.
okay. I understand your position. I think we may disagree on the interpretation of how the legislation works, but those are my questions for the assessor. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Werhon, any questions for the assessor?
Not at this point, thank you.
Mr. Colatriglio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Shable, did you undertake the review of the exemption that was being requested for this particular instance?
Correct.
So
I am to request all lease information for tenants in this building to do it due diligent and fix it.
you requested the information via the leases, and
Correct.
Mr. Mercury or whoever sent that along to the department, correct?
Correct.
Did you inquire any further from that position to see if any other entities were taking up space in the parkade at this point?
I didn't was allure about it because it's ongoing project. By information provided, we apply due diligence. More information will be provided, we will be updated further.
Is it possible that you may have changed your mind if you were given the information that we've heard so far this morning, or are you at all swayed by that argument, Ms.
To provide further exemption, I need copy of leases of specific stall count for this parkade to do it due diligent in our system.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I have no questions that haven't been asked and answered. So before proceeding on to value, let's take a 10-minute break here until 10 after 10, and we'll come back and deal with value. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. We'll begin on value. So Ms. Shable on the valuation of the property.
Okay. So we look in file number 25-9, roll number 130906915, 2024 roll years with reference day April 1st, 2021. We did assess subject property at 42,289,000. That give 18,169,000 as full exemption. The subject property, it's medical office, original built in 1997, with located of land area 81,532 square feet. with planned area 52,386 square feet, has basement area 13,478 square feet, gross floor area 163,840, and leasable assessed area 149,778. We asked to confirm 2024 assessed value of 42,289,000. On page number 2, you can see that as Goetian Manitoba cleaning will happen on January 18, 2024. On page number 2, I provide subject property leases, existing leases in the building that what was provided for us. We can see that basement occupied by Dine Care, size 2017. It has net lease supported by leases, $28.38. We have a shopping drug mart on main floor, rent for $52.70. We have home CCS, or also retail that rent for $38.73. We have another retail business on main floor, Visual Eye, rent for $41.58. We have a Winnipeg Health Aid Center on main floor. So all main floor in retail space, rent for $14.24. Manitoba Cleaning was in 2021. That was occupied some basement area in following I guess 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 floors. On page number 3, location of subject property, north west of the city. More airport started on following on page 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can see that parkade first, we have retail space, parkade, and medical offices on top. Let's look at my rent comparables on page number 9. Medical rent, first comparables, set comparables, 14 comparables. To example, we have first comparable 160 NES. I have 6 comparables of NES, third floor, first floor, second and third floor. You can see that first floor rent, it's a range between $14 to $27.50. I have comparables 756 Pembina Highway, rent $18 per square foot. 2 comparables and 295 Stafford Street. You can see it's rented $25 per square foot. I negotiated 2021, and I have 4 comparables, 11, 12, 13, 14 at 1154 Concordia Avenue. Leases between $21 to $25 per square foot. On same pages, I provide some Winnipeg Regional Health Authority rent comparables. We have Health Authority and 975 Henderson Highway, they rent at $15.75, 39,000 square feet. We have 419 Hargrave, they rent around 21,000 square feet at $16 per square foot. We have 280 Booth Drive, they rent around 58,000 square feet at $18.92. Another comparable 755 Portridge Avenue, a lease 35,200 at $21.50. And we have Keewatin, 785. Lease around 27,000 square feet at $21.44. It's like a subject property. Share health rent for $21 per square foot. So my Winnipeg Regional Health Authority showed at least $19 per square foot. And I didn't mention about my first office rental medical comparables around $21 per square foot. Subject property has a retail portion on main floor. So I look inside comparables as well. We have 777 Sherbrooke, Shopping Drug Mart rented $25. 1155 Concordia, Shopping Drug rented $25 as well, 20,000 square feet. We have 2160 McGillivray, rented $29 per square foot. In 750 Sherbrooke, rent for $36 per square foot. So retail portion around $27, $28 per square foot. And we saw on page number 2 original leases for main floor between $40 to $52 per square foot. On page number 10, I provide comparable property 2020 reported rental rate for surface parking. I have 11 comparables, and they showed mean average $62 per square foot, median $51, $42 per stabilized net operating income per stall per month. So minimum $33 and maximum $93 stabilized net operating income per stall per month. Also, I provided on page number 10 comparable properties. 2020 reported rental area for surface parking, another one set. We can see it's actual. On page 11, actual gross parking structure rate. So on page 12, we're going straight to our assessment, market income. So parking lot. Subject property have 13 parking stall. We apply $31.75 monthly net units rents, dollar per stall, give us net operating income of $8,073. For parking lots across the city, model generate 5% capitalization rate. Then give us income stream for parking lot, 161,000. On page number 13, at the taxable portion of medical space, we did assess 55,081 square feet at $15.93 per square foot. Give us potential rent and $877,370. For medical office, model generate for 2024 assessment, 5.5% vacancy across the city. We apply 3% not recoverable expenses. In shortfall for vacant space, $8 per square foot. Give us net operating income of $779,957. Model generated 6.8% capitalization rate. They give us office this 55,000 square feet of medical space assessed at $11,470,000. On page number 14, we have estimation of retail space of main floor. You can see we assess 14,544 square feet at $20.95 per square foot. That gives us 304,757. For retail portion, model generates 6% vacancy loss. Expenses not recoverable 3% in shortfall for retail space. not occupied, $7 per square foot. Give us net operating income for retail space, $271,770. Overall capitalization rate generated by model for retail space, 7.4%. Give us estimated value of $3,673,000. On page 15, it's a taxable portion of parking structure. We have the original, it's 639 stalls, minus 80, it gives us 559 stall taxable. We assess at $92 per stall monthly net units. That give us net operating income, 617,136. Capitalization rate for parking structure generated by model across the city, 7%. Give us estimate taxable portion of parking structure, 8,816,000. On page 16, exemption portion started. We estimate 18 stalls occupied by share health at $92 per square foot. Give us net operating income, 88,320. We apply same capitalization rate of 7% for parking structure across the city. They give us estimate portion exemption for parking stall, 1 million, parking structure, 1,262,000. On page 17, medical office space occupied by shareholder. It's 18,150 square feet. We model generates $16.30 per square foot, and we already saw in lease they pay $21 per square foot. It's fair, our estimation. It gives us potential rent, $2,694. For medical office, vacancy lost across the city, 5.5%. 3% not recoverable expenses. Shortfall for vacant space, $8 per square foot. Give us net operating income of $1,149,682. For this portion, model generates 6.8% capitalization rate. Give us estimate value of $16,907,000. On page 18, a summary of all our estimation. You can see that net operating income for whole property, 2.9 million. Overall capitalization rate, 6.89%, and estimate market value of 42,289,000. On page 2021, we have capitalization rate across the city in Colliers International Canada, CBRE National Research, and Cushman & Wakefield. It's suburban office for the city, 5.6 to 6.9. Colliers 6 to 6.75. CBRE showed 6.5 to 7.5. Cushman & Wakefield showed 6.25 to 7.75. Our overall 6.9%. On page number 21, municipal assessment tax accepts. On 22, started income expenses mailer provided to us. 22 to 25, 27. And also on page 28, started my photo of my comparables. I can talk about them. On page 40, Manitoba cleaning actual rates as of April 1st, 2021 for surface cover. On page 41, income supplementary assessment for 2024. following by appeals. So, based of evidence presented in my brief, we ask to confirm the 2024 assessed value of 42,289,000 that include 18,169,000 exemption, portion of exemption. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, any questions? I'm not sure who's doing the questions on the applicant side, but
Yes, I'm going to turn it to Mr. Neufeld on the valuation aspect of it. I may have a couple of cleanup questions at the end, so I'll turn it to Mr. Neufeld.
okay, go ahead, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. On page 1, you have a rentable, leasable area of 149,778. And I'm wondering what the source of this was.
It was provided by all leases existed in building.
As of what date?
When Mercury approached us, October 18, 2024.
October 18th. So this was after Shared Health moved in to take over some of the
Shared
space.
Health occupied space. And 2023, it's applied for April 1st, January 1st, 2024. Corrected area.
Okay, so but this 149,778 you're saying came from that. Did you review the remeasurement that occurred after the foundation bought the property?
I applied this measurement
and redemised it?
provided me.
But it's not much of a difference, but it does differ. And I'm just wondering where you got your information from.
Our information was applied by applying leases provided to us. So it's corrected information.
And when were these leases provided to you?
When we apply exemption portion.
Okay. And what year was that then? What month and year?
We apply for January 1st, 2024.
Okay. And this is a 21 market value year, and I'm wondering why you reported the sale on page 2.
It shows that property owner changed.
And on this point, since you've included it, did you bother researching into it any further, other than what you're showing here?
We did apply all research information to apply exempt portion.
The table at the bottom of page 2, you stated that these were net rents. Is that correct?
It's a rent provided from income expenses mailer.
I was listening to you. You said several times these were net rents, correct?
Second.
The first one you said
No, it's
Dynacare.
gross rent. Sorry, it's a rent. It's rent rate, gross rent.
Gross rents.
Look on page number 24.
Okay. That's fine.
All leases present and tenants verification form present in my table on page number 2.
So the board can disregard these rents then, because they are not net rents then, correct?
It's gross rent, correct.
Okay. Moving ahead to page number 9. The first 10 rents in your table, these are all in retail areas, correct?
It's office, dental, medical rent comparables.
But they're in retail buildings, correct?
Where usually leases provided for us. Most of the time it's owner occupied.
Well, 1600 Ness is beside Polo Park, correct?
Correct.
And we all know where 756 Pembina is. That's that's right at the corner of Stafford and Pembina, correct? And the Stafford one is just down the street from that, 395. Now, moving to 11 to 14, I take, are these the same tenants?
Could you repeat your questions?
Numbers 11 to 14, is the tenant the same tenant, which would be Shared Health or WRHA?
It's a medical offices, 4 different leases on 2 leases on main floor, 1 leases on second floor, and 1 leases on third floor.
But is the
And these
tenant,
leases showed between $21 to $25 per square foot. It's net leases.
is the tenant the same tenant for all 4?
It's separate leases provided to us.
Okay, okay, well, I've been in the building and I'm gonna put to you that you do not agree that these are all Shared Health or WHA occupy all that space, all 4 of them?
Health Authority.
Do
Yeah,
you
it's
know-
medical offices. It's my power.
Yeah, but
Oh.
the tenant is the same. You not acknowledge that then?
It was different leases provided to us. What I posted here.
And who is the owner?
It's medical office. It's not here.
Who is the owner? Do you know?
It's medical office. It's this property not under appeal.
Well, it's your evidence. I'm just asking
My
if you know who
evidence
the
that
tenants
finance
or the
was not
owners.
provided to, it's this property not under appeal. It's my lease information. That's why a tenants didn't provide, but I am under oath. It's medical office rent.
That is not what I'm asking. The owner and the tenant are related, are they not?
Leases signed in 2009. 4 different leases, what I provided here.
So you're not aware that Concordia Hospital Foundation owns the building
Yeah,
and the tenant is
it's
Shared
medical
Health?
building.
Who pay all the funding for the Concordia Hospital?
Original lease size 2009 between $21 to $25 per square foot.
Numbers on the following chart. I'm gonna ask you the same question about 280 Booth. Are you aware that the owner is the WRHA?
Yeah, it's regional health authority and comparables. It's
And the
clean,
tenant is also the WRHA?
correct, and they pay rent,
So they pay themselves rent. And you've
correct,
included this in your comparables.
correct.
Okay. 755 Portage and 785 Keewatin. And have you noted in the leases that equipment was included in the lease?
For us, information provided, it's clean lease, $21 per square foot.
When were these leases provided to you? Do you know?
It's size 2008, 2012.
Okay, well, I'm going to submit to you that I provided them in 2016 and you've had them in your possession since then. And are you disagreeing that they clearly state that equipment is included in the lease for those 2?
You have opportunity to provide evidence verbally provided by you. So
Yeah,
it will
I'm
be
asking if
valid.
you've checked it. You didn't check it then?
No answer.
Okay. Excuse me. The method by which the city determines income for parking lots is you provide just the net rate, correct?
I provide copy of stabilized net operating income per stall per month, correct?
Yeah, so I'm just talking about page, for example, page 15 and 16 and the other one. These are just net rents that are provided. So do you have the gross rent that's being considered for this property?
On during income approach, we apply for parking $51.75 monthly net units rent per stall. It's net operated, and same for parking structure.
Would not a hospital have a different operating cost ratio and rental rate structure than other for-profit parking areas?
That's why I provided operation information on page number 10. You can see from 11 comparable surface parking, different type of ratio from 44% to 62%.
Well,
And we can see stabilized net operating income per stall per month between 33 to 92.9 dollars per square foot per stall per month. So our model apply $51.75 per stall per month.
on your page, when I add up all the parking lot rents here, and I'm sorry I didn't have it already for you, but all the NOIs, of the three, it is about $713,529. And did you compare that to the statement they provided for the gross rent on page 22?
I provide on page number 2, model generate 51.75, and you can see media on my comparables on page 10, between $62 per square foot, in media $51.42 per square foot per stall. How our model selected $51.75. It's very well supported with my comparables.
I am asking whether you compared it to page 22, where the gross rent reported was $991,664. And that's the gross.
It's model generated, and
Okay.
model generated number very well supported by my comparables.
And how
It's
many,
site specific, it's mass model approach.
and then it takes me back to my first question on the parking. How many of the participants in your model were hospitals?
We have reported surface parking close to the subject property, how model operates.
Okay. Does a hospital run 5 days a week, or does it run 7 days a week?
That's on page 40. We have actual rate of April 1st, 2025 for Manitoba Clinic Load, and we can see hourly, you have to pay $4 per hours, daily $15 per hours, evening weekend, $3.75 maximum. And number of stall available for public, I guess, point here, number of stall 239, lot number 56, surface paving, Sherbrooke Street. It's Manitoba Clinic.
I guess my question, I should have been a bit clearer.
Similar information from another parking. We provide on page 11 actual gross parking structure rate, what provided to us for this type of information. My page on 11 table.
Sorry, I should have been a bit clear. Wouldn't a parking lot that has to go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, cost more to run than one that runs from 9 to 5, Monday to Friday?
It's not under assessment.
Okay, you don't have, that's fine.
That's why we apply $51 something cents monthly per unit per stall. It's already net operated income.
The building vacancy rate seems to vary for different uses. What was the source of your vacancy information? I see, 5.5%, 6%, and 5.5%. So where was the vacancy rate sourced from?
It's statistical analysis of information from owner.
Okay, and what type of properties were considered in this?
For this type of property, medical type of property across the city, statistical showed 5.5% average vacancy.
And how does the model deal with properties that are essentially owner occupied?
When property owner occupied, they clearly provide expenses. How model generate a shortfall, $8 per square foot, or any expenses. We use this type of information, full occupied owner properties. So it's statistical proved crunched number. That's why we apply for our model.
On the question of the capitalization rates, is this one titled property?
Correct?
So can it be sold in the 5 sections that you have summarized on page 18 and 19?
Today
Six
it's
sections.
one title property, and if you open page 18, overall capitalization rate for this property 6.89%.
And under what the word we would use is usually authorities, or some people would say theories. Under what basis do you support using split capitalization rates on pieces of the buildings and averaging them out?
Because it's different portion of property. Yes,
Where does it come from? Where does this theory come from?
It's a part of mass model for city of Winnipeg.
Okay, so it's a model thing. Okay. Now moving to page 22, the city had this form, and was this used as a double check for your numbers at any point?
Like I mentioned on page 24, tenants verification form, I provide table on my page 2 about leases existed at the building.
Well, essentially it shows, and I had it worked out at one point in my head, essentially it shows about I believe a $1.5 million NOI, and I'm wondering if any consideration was given to that when the valuation was being made.
All this information part of our model records. Yes, this number was crunched for statistical system. Our model based of physical information, actual information provided to us. All this number used by model.
And are you, in terms of the 2 major tenants in there, okay, no, forget that. Did anybody review the lease situation in the building on the existing buildings, on the existing tenants? I'm sorry.
Prior to this supplementary assessment, I physical review all. Tenants, yeah, update property. very due diligence, lease by lease. How we came across leasable area, 149,778 square feet. And a portion of exemption, 53.5% of leasable area.
You say it's a
Plus
very,
80 stalls exempt by occupied by shareholders.
you said it was a very good review. On what was the premise of rental rate for Shoppers Drug Mart? Do you recall?
And for 2025, I provide information actual leases today. Shopping Drug Mart net rent $38.74 per square foot.
But that's not what I asked. The premise of value. Do you understand what I'm saying is, on what did they base their rental decision on? Do you know? It says in the lease, so I'm wondering if you read it.
I read it. They occupy 3,040 square feet. So all this lease area space occupied by tenants was verified and applied to before submitting supplementary assessment.
Page 9 of the Shoppers lease, doesn't it indicate that their premise was based on how many doctors were occupying the building?
Sorry, which page we are?
You said you read the lease. It's actually you put an excerpt in your next report, but I'm asking you because you said you reviewed it. So tell me if you remember reading on page 9 that the Shoppers made their decision to rent based on how many doctors were in the building.
Actual leases.
You recall that?
Was reviewed for 2025. I posted there. For 2024, I posted income expense mailer provided for us prior 2020.
Well, my question, Paul, is just that if they had read the lease, you would have noted that they based the rental decision based on the number of doctors who would be writing prescriptions in the building. So my question is that something that is a normal market value indicator?
When we will look in 2025 provided leases, it's clear showed net rent. For 2024, I provide gross rent for 3,014 square feet of $52.70. And by the way, rental area, main floor, 24/7, it's open for public.
Does your model, and I'm going now to page 18, the model, you put in the model numbers as well as what some other real estate companies have advertised. So where does this fit in the model? Which row I should say in your parameters here?
On page 18, it's summary of streams, income streams.
No, oh, I'm sorry. Maybe no, I'm looking at, oh, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong report. That was my fault.
And by the way, if you look at potential rent, 3.2 million generated by model. If you look on page 22, it's a 3 million rent.
Page 20, I should say.
It's very well model.
I'm going back to my question, correcting it. Page 20. You have reports from various sources. Which row does the city of Winnipeg put the subject property in for? Is
Just to verify, we're talking about capitalization rate?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to table page 20.
Yes.
It's a suburban office. 60% of property for city information between 5.6 to 6.9. And subject property average 6.9%. It's inside 60% of property and 20% both its difference. Collier showed between 6 to 6.75. CBRE showed 6.5 to 7.5. So our assessment and say it is right. And Cushman-Wakefield showed 6.25 to 7.75.
Okay. What I
So
was
our assessment 6.9 generated by model very well support by
My-
his capitalization rate table.
my question is, it's classified primarily as OFM. Does this go into which row of the 4 rows would this go into?
It's a suburban office building.
Okay, so A or B?
I showed both,
But no, I'm saying, where did the model put it?
correct. A model put it maybe more, but all Kohler, Siberi, and Cushman provide only 8 and B. So T-City provide 8 and B to be consistent.
So you don't make a distinction between A and B in the model then? I just wanted, because I see the numbers the
It's
same, right?
a frame, how model work. It's very similar to information provided for us from real estate market reports. We consistent.
I think that was it for my questions on that. And I guess if I forgot any, I'm sure I can ask at the next one.
Okay, Mr. Mercury, do you have any additional?
Just yes, or just to very quickly to clarify for Mr. Schnabel, we looked at the history of the assessments for 2024. The original value was 40,879,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the change was initially to 57 million to 247. And I think you acknowledged that was based on an error, and then you adjusted it further to $42,289,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and to be just to confirm, the only reason for review in the fall of 2024 was as a result of the request for change in classification liability. There hadn't been any, to your knowledge, any physical changes to the property in that time?
During review, we was provide more information about a leasable area of whole building. It was completely updated.
Yes, you had been given lease information, but there had been no actual changes to the building so far as you're aware.
No.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Werhan, any questions?
Mine have just been answered. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Colatriglio.
I don't think I have any questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, I got few questions basically regarding economies of scale. The WRARHA lease is for 80,000 some odd square feet, yet you're breaking it down to basically 20,000 square foot segments. Does that not lose the economy of scale for the 80,150 square feet?
Because
Wouldn't that be at the lower rate than $16?
it's $16.30 per square foot. It's 4 different floors.
But would it matter what floor you're on? I mean, you're basically getting on an elevator. Does it matter what floor you get off at?
It's part of assessment. We
Okay,
have different premises for different floor. That's why I'm looking for overall $16 per square foot.
but does it matter whether you get off on floor 10 or floor 11 or floor 12? I mean, you're not going to notice the difference, right?
If elevator, yes. That's why you can see all floor by $16 per square foot. But we apply different leasable area for each floor. So it's more visual by using all information provided for us to make a leasable area clean in this building proper way without mistake.
Okay, thank you then. let's take a quick 5-minute break before getting into the applicant's evaluation, and we'll come back at 10:30 or 10:30 at 11 o'clock. All right. Thank you. Welcome back. Now, Mr. Neufeld, your presentation on value.
Just before we begin, I thought, Mr. Chair, I wanted to allow Mr. Cadu, before Mr. Neufeld proceeds, he was going to provide some context and some to the property itself. First, I know he already provided some of that. There was some additional information more relevant to the issue of value that he wanted to speak to, and then Mr. Neufeld would take the bulk of that, if that's acceptable.
Okay, that's fine. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a lot of material, so I can appreciate the challenge of going through all this material. But I'm going to refer everyone to tab 1 in one of the book of documents, and it's called HSCF Property Tax Appeal Submission. That effectively is a summary, and what I try to do is just summarize everything so you had it a little bit easier to appreciate the financial difficulties of the property.
Okay, is that the one
Dated February the 9th from myself.
I'm not sure I've got the right one.
Tab 1, Mr. Chair.
It's a 499-page PDF. It's called Assessment Appeal Brief of HSCF Property Inc.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had the wrong document. All right. Thank you.
But thankfully, this document is 3 pages. It's trying to summarize all of that, and so it took some time to develop. But I thought it would be easier to kind of really get a context of when we began the process of what the value is. And so what the summary does is talks through the reference date, which is February 1, 2023, and April 1, 2021, and April 1, 2023. So all the narrative that I try to cover is in that period. Okay, so I'll start there, and what I'm going to do is skip over the executive summary and just go to background, which is on page 2. And some of this information has already been discussed, but I'll just repeat it because it's important. So the building was constructed, and occupancy began December of 2017. And argue the major tenant was the Manitoba Clinics Medical Practice, which we'll discuss that was incurring significant financial difficulties. But within 3 years of occupying the building, the landlord, the existing landlord, the Manitoba Clinic Realco, as well as the medical operation, were already in financial difficulty. And I make a point in there, in the fall of 2020, CIBC transferred it from their loans group to special loans, which I believe all would understand that is an area where they send their troubled loans to deal with. And I make a reference to that fact, and we don't need to go through it unless you want to, but I refer to Appendix 1, which is the affidavit of Keith McConnell sworn in on November 28th, 2022. And I referenced the paragraph. So all these documents are actually in court filings as they went through CCAA. So they've been vetted. Clearly, they're like everyone had to testify against it. So that's the source of all this material. So again, already 3 years into it, they're having financial difficulties. Their loans moved to special loans. Within a few months of that, they engaged a third party, Alvarez and Marshall, to conduct a business review, but effectively that entity is an expert in bankruptcy proceedings. And again, I make reference to it. It's paragraph 57 in that affidavit, which is tab 2. Then a few months later, CIBC issues a notice of intention to enforce security on the building. And that is the next appendix, appendix 2, which is in your filings, which is a tab 3. So yeah, I'm painting a picture that this is a very troubled asset. Then sometime later in August, the landlord engaged a third party, Capital Commercial Real Estate, to lease some of the unleased space. At this point, there's a lot of unleased space. Capital Commercial was unsuccessful in leasing any of this space. So clearly a difficulty in finding tenants. At the same time, they actually went through a bit of a process. Well, they went through a process to see if there was any interest in buying the building. Only one offer was received and it was rejected. So clearly it didn't meet the value requirements for the lender. So probably it was a pretty low value. In November, the landlord, and arguably at this point now, Alvarez is making a lot of the decision, which is the bankruptcy advisor, to engage another real estate firm to canvass the market for leasing opportunities. After about 9 months, they've identified 2 tenants, very weak tenants, to lease 2,500 square feet, less than 2% of the building. And I make note of who the tenants were. So they entered leases in August of 2022. And by the time we acquired the building on December 13th, 2023. But they were already at that point 9 months, 8 and 9 months in arrears. So effectively, they probably paid rent for about 4 months out of a 13-month period. So clearly very weak tenants. In February 2022, Cushman launched a second sales process, again, under the purview of the bankruptcy advisor. No offer was received. In November of 2022, the Court of King's Bench, in relation to the CCAA process, engaged Alvarez now as the monitor of the building. So things are continually deteriorating. So the monitor now has a lot more authority over the building finances. In late 2022, they reduced the rent of their major tenant, the Manitoba Clinic medical practice, from $389,000 per month to $169,000 per month, arguably to try to shore up the value of the medical practice, but at the detriment of the value of the building. On December 13, 2022, the monitor hosted a large meeting along with the Deputy Minister of Health, which included many health agencies and healthcare foundations, effectively to solicit and ask if any of the participants, and there was 40 in the room, if there is any requirements for space for lease space. I was in attendance. I represented HSC Foundation at that meeting. And I can say definitively over that next year, no additional space was leased to any of the interested party. So effectively, there wasn't arguably, I would say, any demand for the vacant space. And as you can appreciate, this doesn't paint a compelling view of the Manitoba Clinic building. It was, if you go through the financials, it barely broke even. I could argue it was not breaking even. That was even before it had to support their financing costs. So any interest costs associated with their mortgage as well as principal payments. So it was a asset under extreme financial distress. So I wanted to share that with you. I hope I was easy for you to follow. And if you have any questions or any references to the documents that were all filed with the Court of King's Bench, I'm happy to do it, but I tried to make the references fairly easy to follow, and but happy to answer any questions. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I think with that, we would just turn it over to Mr. Neufeld to continue, and then you can ask all questions at once if that works for the board.
Yep, that's how we would do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Neufeld.
We submitted one document because, well, not that we're lazy, but it's it's essentially that there were many of the major issues here really were unchanged, and we did work out two values for the different years, and so I'll go through the first one first. First of all, the square footage 149,535 was from a remeasure and a BOMA remeasure. And again, it is a minor point, but that is listed on page 18. And as a result of the BOMA remeasure, and the top is a summary of it. In regard to the rents, essentially, this building was leased originally out. These original rents that were in place were leased out on a different premise of value. And we call it in our profession a use value. So you have a medical clinic located beside a hospital, and then the other tenants are trades that make their money based on the work that the doctors generate, and that's a use value. So this all fell apart after the bankruptcy because that didn't exist anymore, and so what you could actually glean from the actual rents is limited, very limited. There are a couple of ones that in my mind stand out, and the first one is the restaurant, the cafe. Because it had nothing to gain or lose whoever was going to be the tenant in there. It was going to have a steady stream of people who would be coming in, and we had worked that rent out, and well, it's in this report here somewhere, but I believe it was approximately $14 net. For that level, because it was written as a gross lease. The rest of them all came on the premise of the doctors, and the clearly what Paul just said was, you know, how First Amandla Clinic dropped their space and their rental rates, and then Shoppers Drug Mart got to exercise their lease and reduce it. I'm not here to talk about value that those rents generated. I'm here to talk about a process. So we saw a building that was set up on use value, and it collapsed because there was just it didn't relate to a reality. And that's what happens oftentimes in use value buildings. So then you had to look at what the market has proven to bear. And we picked a rate for both years at $15.50, and that was, as I said, the cafe rent, and then some of the other rents we were looking at were clean rents, starting on I'm getting there, sorry, approximately page 25 4. So these are a variety of suburban buildings with rental rates, and we've gone through, some of these would apply for this year, some for the next year, but there is a tremendous consistency. 850 Pembina, which is another institutional building. So this is now, we're going to look at it in those terms of being an institution. And an institutional building isn't the same as an office building. It is geared towards users who need space. And of course, there are social service agencies in most of these ones, medical-based ones. But this is what their market. And the 850 Pembina range from 15 to 1792. Incidentally, the 1792 was the nurses who canceled that and got out of it because of the noxious elements of the train whistling nearby. 1050 Leela is a regional health lease to a complete non-related entity. And this is an older number, 1450, which jumped to 1550 in 2016. 10905 Waverly came in at 1601, and this is a call center in an building built for the engineering company. 317 Donald, there's 2 institutional rents in here, one at 875 and the other at 1580. This is downtown, of course, and with indoor parking. Page 27 is 490 Hargrave, and we actually have this structured in 2 rents. The assessor, I think, had it at 1592. There was an existing building, and then there was an added structure to it, and the added structure was a build-to-suit costing. So the original structure was $16 a foot, that's right from the lease. 650 Main was another cost recovery one, which we put it in here. The people were arm's length, but it was a cost recovery at 1854, a larger space with a parking a garage attached that generated separate income as well. The 330 St. Mary was a downtown building, and it's just because it was a good big sized floor plate, it was multiple floors, and no, it's an engineering company though. 975 Henderson is another access center, and this is a more of a dated one, but it shows how, and these were step ups. So these were originally negotiated in 2003, stepped up along the way, and that topped at 1575 in 2018. But it's a cleaner deal. And you heard me talking about the 2 the assessor brought up. They're not clean deals. And incidentally, all of these leases at WHA were provided by me in 2016 to the assessment department. So we are sharing the same information. 825 Sherbrooke is a complete arm's length situation. It's across the street from the subject, although it is a slightly older building, but their total WHA commitment was 69,000 square feet at 1428. That's an average of all of their space in 2017. And then they, over the years, they made changes and downsized and upsized. So you can see that the different changes are listed with various rates going up to 1550 and then down to 1484. And as far as the utility of the space, it's good. It's sure it's an older building, but again, these are institutional users. The hospital itself is 100 years old, and parts of it are still in use. I don't think anything really turns on the age. It's if it can be used for this purpose for the healthcare facilities, it's a viable consideration. 400 Taché, and I think the assessor had threw in a couple of Taché rents in and around these, but there was always a change in space. This is right across the street from St. Boniface Hospital. So at one point, I think they were at 8,000 feet, and then and another year they were up at 30,000 feet, and there was just changes. Leases renegotiated. They took over some agencies that were private healthcare providers, and they were turned into insurable services. So these were in 1103 in 2012 and 1375 in 2015. Page 30 is a rather interesting one. Mrs. Sears, Polo Park, $14 a foot for In Touch for a call center. So this is another suburban rent to consider. And at this point, we were trying to find larger ones. And the bottom of page 30, each one of these deals was a separate negotiation. And the August 2009 deal at $993 a foot, and the other one, which we can look at for this appeal, is the August 2019, which was a downsizing at $1395. This would be matching the accommodation level that we would expect in the healthcare facility with this engineers building. Now, the last one, which I have listed at 2024, that's the renewal start date, but it was exercised within the 23 reference year, but that's for the next one. So from all this, we don't see, what we see is a couple of trends happening. One is the fluctuation in space that the public health service needs for space. And the other part of it is, what I see is that they don't move with the market. They move with their needs of the time. So if there's a downsizing, they may pay a bit more. If there's an upsizing, they'll pay less. And that led us to look at, and with the fact that none of the deals except the cafe would be considered market, led us to look at a 1550 across the board average. There's really not much to pick from these sites, because if we're really talking about $1 or $2 here or there. And generally, retail space on the first floor rents for less than upper floor office, because nobody really wants it. One of the reasons I showed you that picture of 330 St. Mary, and that's the building I'm in, because that space is empty. Nobody wants first floor where you got an office building. Nobody wants street front traffic. The only reason that worked for this building is because you had people who were earning their income from the amount of doctors writing prescriptions above them, which is use value. On a market value, it's going to be more depressed. But aside from that, again, we have a very good picture of what that is really worth by the cafe rent. Now, in regard to parking and the income, so page 7, I took this picture. So this is the parkade. It's got an elevator. And the reason I wanted to show you this picture is that I was asking questions earlier about costs for parkades. Well, most parkades run Monday to Friday daytime. And if they're staffed, they don't staff them the rest of the time. If they're automated, they're automated and they have less upkeep because they're not keeping them clean all night long. Snowplows can show up at 3 in the morning and clean up. Anything involved in health services runs 24/7. So it's going to cost you more to run them, more staffing, more cleanup, and in this case, multi-level with heated elevator shafts. When they say a parking structure, there still is a heated portion to it, which costs money to run an elevator, and it eats up your operating costs. And the other very, very interesting fact about this is when you look at the assessor's workups on the parking and the expense ratio, every single hospital that has a parkade is exempt from taxation on that parkade. because that's what the act says. I myself have worked for HSC since 1997, and one of the first jobs I had was to gain the exemption for the Olivia Street Parkade extension. And it's in the act. Now, the subject is different because it's only partially exempt from taxes. It's going to bear a greater share of operating costs. So what you have is higher operating costs because of the hospital location, higher operating costs because of taxes, and it's a one-off. What we found were two sources of information that, and I'm obviously I'm not entering them into evidence. I'm telling you about them to give you an idea of what our thought process was on this. And one of them is on page 20, and this is a post-reference rent revenue of the site. From this, believe it or not, I guessed the number for, not guessed, I estimated the application of the number at 626,000. When we got the assessor's workup and I saw 900,000 gross, I mean, I'd hit the nail on the head. In 2020, they were 900 gross, and it's probably in and around 600 net. So you'll notice we're always also consistent with that. Well, one of the things about the hospital side income is, parking income is, it's generally higher in demand than space itself. So you're going to have a higher revenue and from it. And as I said, it's in our workup, it is only 53% exempt, and the costs are there. So that's kind of a rundown of where we got our rents from. And the next step was the vacancy. The vacancy is, we relied completely on the Johnson report, and it is on page 32 and forward. And the Johnson report, which is interesting, is on page 32. They have a medical category, a suburban medical, and the inventory is 750,000 square feet, which is not that bad in terms of sample size. You know, the larger the sample size, obviously, the more accurate it is. But one of the things that's the Johnson report does is we give you the entire workup, every sheet of it, which is in. I thought I put it in here. Well, we did not. Oh, yes, we did. The inventory on Johnson starts on page 11, and this is the entire suburban inventory. So on page 12 is the beginning of suburban medical. And one of the things I was asking the assessor about them is, when you're fully owner occupied, how does it skew the vacancy rate off? And you can see that there are some here that are 100% owner occupied, and that skews, it gets you more zeros on your vacancy rate. But in the long run, it was still indicating a vacancy of 16.8% in, and let me see, I have to go down to my summary page on page 10. So for 21, the column is the one we looked at, and actually suburban medical that particular year was 4.8, and then we looked at the A sub, the B sub, and the ABC suburban. Sub means suburban, for a greater sampling size, and from there we selected 8% from here. The medical was down, but the rest of the market was up. And you can see from the rents that you can put this building in an A, a B, or a C, and I have the inventory numbers at the side. And one of the things that I put the greatest weight on is suburban medical and ABC suburban have the greater sample sizes. And if you average those out, you're going to get 8%. almost dead on 8%. And that's what we applied for vacancy for 2023. In terms of capitalization, and I'm on page 8 now, and the top sheet, we're really, our big difference with the assessment is that we just put the same rate on the entire property. And it's very, very simple. Why we do that is because it's the right thing to do. You don't sell half a building or a sixth of a building. It is sold as one. Now, generally, an investor will consider, if you have a vacancy in your offices, you'll probably have problems in your parking. So you don't get a separate investment return risk rate. It's the same for everything. And that is the general nature of the market. And in our theory, the only time we ever look at partial interests is on the basis of if there's a property right difference that would apply to a different section of it. And these aren't property rights. These are market-driven rates. Never, ever do we look at separating a rate in the real world. And I know the model doesn't. And that is just one of the flaws in the model system. And it makes it easier to explain to people, but it's not right. And in terms of non-recoverables, we weren't looking for an argument this time around, so we ended up at the same rate that the assessor put on, simply because, as I said, that's not the issue here. The issue is the fact that we have to move from a use value to market value. We have to look at real vacancy rates, and we have to put a capitalization rate on that equates with market activity. So our total is 33,500,000, and there's the breakdown for 24. I think I have explained what we did for this site, this particular one. I don't think there's anything new. Well, in terms of vacancy rates, capitalization rates themselves, I did have some of the Collier's cap rate studies on starting page 53, and I had downtown and suburban office, and this is not Class A, Class B space. This is medical. This is miscellaneous. So it carries a different risk rate, and in terms of how you would do it. And I think a prudent purchaser looking at this site, and you heard what Paul said about how long the bad history has been going on. They're looking at it in 2021. Already they're going to see problems. And it's not simply a site-specific problem. It's a complete they completely missed the market. They thought they were above it, and they failed. Now, most investors would catch that right away and say, this isn't right. You're going to have to change your expectations on returns. And and that's kind of referenced when we look at our capitalization workups, and we look at if it were a good rate, and that's on page 9. You're going from a good rate, and now you got what are the warning signs that you don't have a great investment property? Is number one, the alternate use on the hospital campus is really limited. Unless you're in healthcare, you're not going to drive people into it. There's nobody lining in the street to pick up 80,000 square feet of space anywhere in Winnipeg, except healthcare. Your market's limited. It was purpose built for servicing this part of it. So there are parts of it that wouldn't work for every tenant. So limited alternate use. And I think the biggest issue is because we're in Canada, healthcare is paid for by our governments, by our provincial and federal governments. So they're the ones who set the market and what can be paid, and not the free market, who have a preference for the ability to negotiate their own rates and live with the money markets. It's going to be set by that, and that's on one hand, it gives you some stability. On the other hand, it doesn't give you the best returns. So that's those are the points we were trying to point out in this style of building. And I said, if I've missed anything, I'm going to get it in the next one. And but hopefully it'll be shorter. That's my presentation.
Okay, questions, Ms. Shable?
Thank you. I just want to verify. You provide information for assessment roll 2024 and 2025 together with two reference days, April 1st, 2021 and April 1st, 2023, correct?
Well, they're on the same document, yes.
So for purpose of this hearing, I should ask question only for reference day, April 1st, 2021, correct?
Sure, yes.
Let's open page 8. Your assessed area 149,535 square feet. It's different with information provided for us.
No, because your information was old and based on a full tenant space of one user on multiple floors. So when you change your tenancies, you've got to go look at some whether or not you have to remeasure your building under BOMA, and so the BOMA remeasure. Maybe Paul's got the right date on this, but I believe it predated occupancy by shared health. And so it would have been within the fiscal year of 2024, which is appropriate for the 2024 assessment.
We will go back to it because I have information from Shell Health signed on December 15, 2023. All rentable area of building was 149,775 square feet, where we take out 53.5% vacancy. Okay. You apply a rent $15.50. It's following your comparables or your site specific.
I'm sorry?
Your rent applied $15.50. It's site specific or based on market evidence?
Well, they're the same. They're the market rates for a site specific valuation.
Okay, let's open page 21. You provide inform expenses mailer, and we looking for bottom annual rate. Rental commercial rate for this building, site specific, $22.02, correct? Everyone with me?
Page
21.
Oh no, that's the gross rate. So you can see
Gross
that.
rate you can see on same page. Total charge $14.92 per square foot. It's gross rate.
Well,
commercial rate $22.02.
There's two problems with it. One is that the rents are a mix of net, gross, and semi-gross. The other problem with it is that some of them were negotiated and still are use value rents, not market rents. And our purpose here is not to determine the use value, but the market value. So you had some of the existing tenants rented their space on the premise that there'd be a whole building full of doctors writing prescriptions. Would they still pay the same rent given the physical conditions that happened in 24? No, I don't believe so. And that's something you have to bear in mind especially with the use value consideration.
On same page, we see common area estimation for occupancy cost, $15.24. Everyone with me?
Yeah.
So it's your actual net rent for subject property.
Well, what page did you say?
Same page 21.
Yeah.
We can see common area estimated, so it's occupation cost. People pay for hydro, water, all include $15.24. So you
Well,
believe that base rent for property around same amount?
no, those are cost recoveries. That's nothing to do with the rent. That's how much they're bringing back in recoveries. And I think I was mentioning that they have their expenses. Well, were about some are deemed non-recoverable to 1 to 1.9. Yeah, by the looks of it, I'm just reading this real quick. Their actual costs were running about 1 point. I'm guessing 1.3 or potentially 737,000, somewhere between there. It depends what goes in there. But even if you use 737,000 in expenses, their recoveries were 674. So they're recovering in a deficit. They're not doing full recoveries. That's the point.
Okay, let's open page 13 of your brief. We're looking at Johnson report June 2023. Office value reported, Winnipeg, Manitoba, and we throwing straight to 7910 Sherbrooke. Everyone with me?
719 Sherbrooke.
Page
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9th line.
790?
Yes, 790 Sherbrooke and 13 page 13. Agent brief.
Okay. Suburban. Oh, yes, I see it. Yes.
We can see net rent and this building was $28 per square foot. Everyone with me? Occupation cost $15.54. It's very similar what we saw on page 21. And gross rent $43.54.
No, those are asking rates, published asking rates. So this was done, dated in the beginning of 2023. So at that point in time, they were in protection, what they call it, the CCA, bankruptcy protection. So this means absolutely nothing.
Let's open page 27. Would you agree that Winnipeg Regional Health Authority rent comparables, it's best provide medical space occupied in subject property, correct?
Which one?
We right now talking about rent comparables you provide for us. I go straight to page 27.
Right, and were you referring to anyone in particular?
Would you agree that Winnipeg Regional Health Authority rent would be very similar for medical space occupied in the subject property?
Not on a total basis. When they were negotiating the rents, they were dealing with 6 or 7 different landlords, and some of these were reuse of existing space, and some of these were for cost new to build space, and they also had different terms in them as well. So most of the landlords at the time were specifically for the one at the bottom of page 27 and the addition at the top of 27 were doing a full cost recovery of their building costs in a 20-year amortization rather than a lease. And a lease amortizes to 35 years with a revision at the end. And whereas these were just deemed to be complete cost recovery, including land, and as a result, the rents skewed higher to account for the different style. These are just reported for information, some of the examples of buildings. The ones we've keyed on are the ones where the lease terms were longer and there was the transaction didn't involve the cost recovery of it. And the two that you mentioned, the 7585 Keewatin and I forgot the other one. They were all cost they were all cost recovery with equipment thrown in. So there were different ones, and the sampling we had is because there's some that went out higher because they had more of this included, and some that went out lower because they didn't.
Are you finished?
Yes.
And page 27, you provide lease for 490 Hargrave, negotiated in 2016 for $16 per square foot for all space of over 20,000 square feet, and new construction space on 5 Hargrave and $19.25. So these properties rent between $16 to $19.25, correct?
No, see, what we were trying to illustrate here is that the $16 rent was for an existing building. So it is more of a traditional rent. And what we see is on a build to suit, it came in at $19.25. So this was to illustrate a good example of the difference between a build to suit and a cost recovery rent versus reuse existing facilities. In this case, the spread was $3.25 a foot because they had different leases done for it. So you apply the same $3.25 a foot, for example, to 650 Main below, and you will end up with $15.29 a foot on a normalized basis.
On page 28, we provide a lease for Winnipeg Regional Health Authority for 975 Henderson. In lease in 2018 was $15.75. Why you apply less lease for subject property? How you consider it?
Well,
What is your thought?
first of all, there's not much of a difference. There's 25 cents, but this was a building that was built to suit, and this has a slightly longer lease term. I believe it's 25 years rather than 20. But all these rates were negotiated in 2003, so they were predictions of what the rents would be in 2018. It's of interest. It's supportive, but I wouldn't say that this is going to be, like a prime example of what the rent might be in, especially in 2023.
You didn't provide any evidence to support retail space on main floor, correct?
On space main floor, well, I mean, all of these, virtually all of these buildings have main floor space. I'm just glancing through them. Yeah, they've all got main floor space because most of them are single floors to begin with. But yeah, there's a fair bit of it. There, as I said earlier when I was presenting, that main floor space in an office, multi-tenant, multi-story office building is not desirable. But except if there's a use to it, like doctors writing prescriptions. And for example, that's the same scenario in top of page 29. There was a drugstore in the bottom, and the WHA was above.
Would you agree that retail space on my floor and subject property with shopping drug mart cafe usually rent higher than medical office space on second and following floors?
No, not at all. And I was just looking for my calculation here, and I did provide it on page 18 that the cafe rent was $15.02 per square foot. That's unit 9. It's a smaller space. And that was the only one that wasn't a use value. The others are all in there because, again, to be by doctors writing prescriptions.
On page number 10, you provide vacancy summary. We agree that subject property is medical office. For medical office, vacancy was 4.8%. How you apply higher?
As I said at the time, the issue with vacancy rate calculations is you want to make sure you have an adequate sample size for one, and for two, there is an interchangeability of the space depending on the need for it. So a hospital, of course, you can't put a hospital anywhere, but you can put a doctor's office anywhere. It's not a special purpose, really, because it's the same as an office. And so what the goal here was to look, and I was trying to explain this, is if you looked at my inventories of space, that particular year it was skewed off by larger fully occupied sites. And for example, when the government leases a site, and even though they're only using half the space, they're paying the rent on the whole thing. So that's one of the unreliable factors about medical space as well as government lease space. So what we try to do is to include a broader picture just to see how close it is to the real, the other market users. And we always average it out and depending on the use. So if, for example, we had a building that was mixed retail, mixed office, we'd use retail and office and look at the difference between them and is this interchangeable? Just reasonableness on that capitalization rate.
According to Colliers International Real Estate Market Report, suburban offices capitalization rate between 6% to 6.75. How you apply my higher capitalization? How you argue it?
Well, firstly, you should probably read page 57. And on page 57 are the definitions. So we don't,
You have only 30 pages in your brief.
No, this is page 57.
I don't have 57 page.
Well, these are the definitions of.
Okay, 1 second, maybe it's online. Okay, it is me. Okay, this is one. Yes, sorry, I have definition.
So these are the definitions to the capitalization rates. And one of the things they don't discuss is special use, any sort of a special use or any sort of a differential use. They talk about an office use, and this particular building doesn't class. Now you can't put a building in someone's class and then apply the rates. Like that's one of the things I like about the Johnson report is you can actually go and look at the class where you pulled the rate from and match it up instead of inventing your own class and say, I think he belongs in A because I say so. You can't put it in Collier's A and B because it doesn't belong. We would not track it as a good risk investment. It is a sub AB rate. So that's what we are trying to explain in this system, and it's not one size fits all for cap rate. There's good investments, there's bad investments, and there's mediocre investments. This is proven to be a bad investment, and it was known before the reference date it was a bad investment. So there's no mysteries here.
Thank you. No other questions.
Okay, Mr. Colatriglio, questions?
I think I do. On the remeasure that BOMA did, I'm assuming the owners or I guess the new owners undertook a remeasure for BOMA because of the fact that now it's multi-tenant, correct?
Well, yeah, and I think it was the upper level changes on it. Because I've seen 3 measurements on this thing. The BOMA, if you look at it, and on page wherever I put it here, top of page 18, shows that this is, I'll give you an idea when this was taken, is a Well Health, tenant 1. Well Health purchased Manitoba Clinic business January 17th, 2024. So it would have been post January 17th, 2024, after that final change in the occupancy for Manitoba Clinic, former Manitoba Clinic. And I'm and maybe Paul's the guy to answer this.
Yeah,
But
Rock, I can add some comment if you like. So the question with respect to the BOMA measurement, when the property was marketed by the monitor, they had, you know, like they would normally have a teaser document, and then a SIM, a confidential information memo, which would outline, you know, the nature of the building, pictures, and square footage. In that document, the square footage was 136,000 square feet. When we were considering purchasing the building, we actually engaged the former architect to actually do a remeasure based on the new BOMA standards. The historic BOMA standards used is 2010. We engaged the architect to do it based on 2017, and that was largely a requirement by Shared Health. They wanted to get it up to the new BOMA standards, and we did that. That resulted in an increase in square footage by about 10%. So it went from 136,000 to roughly 150,000 square feet. So that's kind of the context with BOMA measurements. Hopefully that answers your question, but if not, I'm happy to answer or give more clarification.
I think you colored in enough for me to understand that part of it. Now, I'm just curious, Shared Health actually became a tenant of yours, correct, sir?
Yes, that is absolutely right. Prior to the purchase of the building, which December 13th, 2023, the only way we could service the debt on that building was to actually get a new tenant, which is Shared Health, which is the contract, you know, the contracting party for HSC. So during the summer of 2023, we worked with the Shared Health team, and then came up with a lease agreement. With that lease agreement, that allowed us to have the required cash flow to actually have an opportunity to buy the building. So hopefully those dates make sense to you.
You know, and I'm with you to that point, sir. Then I guess the question that I have is, do we have the Shared Health lease in this?
Yes, like in both Rocky's valuation.
I think, sorry, I think that might be post reference for both valuations. I'm not sure we included it, and bothered to include it, because, you know, remember, they didn't get title till 2020, late 2023, early 24.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's.
So that's the reason why I haven't seen a Shared Health lease in here.
Yeah, nothing evasive about it. It was simply.
No, I appreciate the position. If it's a post reference, it's post reference, sir.
Yeah.
I was just trying to gauge where that might have been. And then ultimately, I guess, Mr. Neufeld, what you have done is you've said, and correct me if I'm wrong here, sir, you're looking at approximately 53.6% being exempt and the remaining 46.4% being taxable, correct?
Yeah, and that's based solely on the square footage of Shared Health versus the rest of the building, and the same ratio for both parking and building improvements.
So basically, you're using Shared Health as the exempt portion, and the well health and all the
Right.
rest. The
The
tenants
rest
that
are, right, the rest are all taxable, yes.
Fair enough. I thank you very much for your time.
Okay, Ms. Werhan.
No, mine have all been answered. Thank you.
Okay, and I have no questions that haven't been asked and answered. Summation on the valuation for 2024, Ms. Sharable.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
We right now talking about 2024 assessed years. Our lease agreement, our lease for both for subject property was applied. Agent applied $15.50 for whole building. For our assessor applied around $16 per square foot for medical portion and retail portion around $21 per square foot. That because it's very well supported by our rent comparables. For example, similar rents and Sherbrooke 77, Sherbrooke 1155 Concordia. It's all shopping drug mark. 750 Sherbrooke. They rent for between $25 to $36 per square foot. So we have a model applied $21 for retail portion of building on main floor. And we have both similar comparables, 975 Henderson Highway, leasing $15.75, and 419 Hargrave, $16 per square foot. So we use the same set of comparables to assess, in my case, office space, medical space, and agent hall building. Regard vacancy loss. Our vacancy was applied 5.5% for medical space and 6% for retail space to be consistent across the city for typical similar type of space. Our estimation for parking lot and parking structure, we exempt only 18 stalls from parking structure occupied by shareholder and very well supported by lease, copy of lease provided to us. And so based off evidence presented in my brief, if you open page 11, parking structure, agent apply net operating income for parking structure only 626,000. Our parking structure without exemption 778,136. It's very well supported by information for parking lot and parking structure across the city. So we did apply leasable area for 149,778 square feet based on evidence presented to us and for lease negotiated on December 15, 2023. Because for 2024, we look in January 1st, 2024, physical condition of building. So on physical condition of building, this building occupied this exemption of space of office space, of medical space 53.5. It's occupied by shareholder, share health. But to find market evidence for rent we apply, we're looking of market evidence April 1st, 2021. In all this market evidence very well supported our model number on page number 9 of my brief. So based of evidence presented in my brief, the 2024 assessed value of subject property 42,289,000. That include 11,168,000 exempt portion. Thank you.
Okay, summation, Mr. Mercury.
With respect,
Sorry,
yeah.
before you start, I did provide some rebuttal. Is it the right time now to, and it's not much, you've probably already heard it. I just wanted to give you the factual background for what I had already brought up.
Okay, I wasn't aware that there was rebuttal, so is it in our SharePoint?
Yeah,
They would not be in the SharePoint yet. Which document was it? I received several rebuttal documents.
yeah, my fault. I think I sent one twice, but one. Sorry, let me just go to my folder here.
I believe it's rebuttal part 1 and part 2 that the board has that Mr. Neufeld is looking for.
Oh,
I call them rebuttal 1 and rebuttal 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let us know when it's in the SharePoint, Ms. Graywood, please.
to the SharePoint. Mr. Julia's file here.
One or two.
So
You.
that's all I'll do is.
Mr. Neufeld, which one are you referring to first, sir?
I guess number 1. I think they're this shouldn't take more than a few seconds, but
Okay, just a minute. I'm not sure I have it yet.
Same here. Could you forward to us, please, again?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just working on that
Thank
one.
I forwarded them to the assessor a week ago.
A week ago.
Yes.
Do you not have it, Ms. Shable?
Yes, I received 1 second. I am opening. Download. Open.
Okay, I see it. All right.
Okay, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Very quickly. So the first is the 5 hospitals operated by the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. These are their hospitals. They fully fund them. Next page is the cover page from the 1155 Concordia lease. So it's Concordia Wellness Projects, which is affiliated with the Concordia Hospital, leasing to Winnipeg Regional Health Authority for the space the assessors bring up. That is a non-arm's length deal. 755 Portage, that I mentioned that there were equipment in here, and under landlord's work, it says it includes the purchase and installation of equipment. You know, and so we're talking about, no, we're not talking about real estate. The next one is 785 Key Waiton, 3AII, purchase and install equipment. So these were operating. These were, you know, so that this is what was indicated. Now on Booth, this is from the Board of Revision on Booth, and so this is the WHA who appealed. And the registered owner is Access St. James Incorporated, who are the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. They're renting to themselves. And there's a sketch on the following page where it's located, and there is the title for it on the last page. The top one is Regional Health Authority. And I put the one for the Grace General, and if you look at it, that's lot 3. So they actually own lot 3, was that little one on the northeast quarter of it, the section of it. So again, they lease into themselves. The next rebuttal is, and I'm slow sometimes here, was has to do with Shoppers Drug Mart, and I had asked the assessor the question about the missing pages. And the first page is page 9, and it states in there that the bottom of it is to the number of if any time during the terms or extension renewal thereof, the number of doctors in the building falls below 40 for a period of 3 continuous months, the tenant may elect at his option to terminate it or to alter it. So we're not talking about the dollars and cents here. We're talking about, and some people would call it a creative lease, but in the pharmacy world, this is standard. You pay $3 a square foot per doctor writing prescriptions, and it's not market value. And then the last page is Shoppers exercising that, saying you lost your doctors, give us a rent cut. And it's just to show the nature of those first floor tenancies that were represented as being market. They're not market at all. It's not the premise of value.
Okay, any questions on the rebuttal, Ms. Schabel?
Okay. Number 1. We're looking for lease on 1155 Concordia. We see a lease between Concordia Wellness Project Inc. and Winnipeg Regional Health Authority on 4th floor, 500. So you didn't provide rent area and lease how much per square foot these tenants pay for us.
This is the cover page from the main lease, and I've given the assessment department the full lease back in this one we did in 2018, I believe. So it is in your possession, and I'm just reiterating what you already have, that you're dealing with an owner-occupied or a non-arm's length arrangement.
Would you agree it would be very beneficial if you provide same lease here for board and assessor?
Well, as I said, I've given it to the assessment department. I think it's really your responsibility to make sure you get your facts right, especially when you have them. And as far as the board is concerned, I'm wondering if there's a limit as to how much they'd like to see. We can give 40-page leases, or they can accept the fact that we're here under oath, and make their decision accordingly. But I don't think that this is an issue of not telling. Everybody knows what this is in Manitoba. Everybody knows you got the relationship between the government, the regional health authority, and the operators of the hospital. It is a non-arm's length arrangement. So I'm just stating the obvious.
On your page number 2, we can see lease between Concordia Wellness Project located on 1125 Malson Street and Winnipeg Regional Health Authority located at 4th floor 650 Main Street. How I know it, can I verify which property is it?
That's where they have their offices for their respective administrations.
So it was leased for office space for Winnipeg Regional Health Authority on 650 Main Street. And we're talking about medical space for today brief for subject property, correct?
No, it's not correct. I think you're taking this, you'd like to take this somewhere it shouldn't be going, but I'm under oath. I've provided the lease already. It's not a mystery. Concordia Wellness Center owns that building, and Regional Health Authority leases it. there's nothing nefarious here. We all know it. We live in Manitoba.
But we cannot verify. Your first page showed between 1125 Molson Street and 650 Main Street. We don't know what type of lease, what property is it, correct? It's useless information.
As I said, I personally provided this lease to the assessment department, I believe in 2018. So I guess it was more of a reminder to you to look up what you already have in your system.
Okay, we're going on page 3, your lease agreement between Gladstone Finance Corporation, Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. What address is it? What lease, what space they occupy, how much they pay for this space? You didn't provide this information.
That's not the point. The point was to show you that they included installation and purchase of equipment in these leases.
Yeah, but it's extra work from landlord, correct? They pay lease and also extra investment from landlord.
Again, the information is within your files. This one was sent to your office in 2016. And since you quoted from it in your own evidence, that's evidence to prove that you've received knowledge of what that rent is.
Yeah, and I can repeat.
So we're not disagreeing on
for $35,200 at $21.50 per square foot.
No, we're not disagreeing.
Not $15.50 how you apply for this.
We're not disagreeing on particular financial arrangements on this property. What we're saying is that they got other things in here which were not real estate.
Yeah, it's part of investment to keep tenants.
You can't tax their equipment, okay?
On page number 4, we have another lease between Shindiga Realty, Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. Same. We don't know what property is it. We don't know. We know they occupied 26,946 square feet.
I've already answered this clearly, and I'm under oath. So if at the end of this you'd just like to call me a liar, that's fine. That's your right. But this was sent to you a week and a half ago. So it was not a surprise for you. I can provide the board with the receipt on it. This was to remind you that you have these leases in your possession and you've misstated them.
If you open page 9 of my brief, we can look on 785 Keewatin Street. Yes, they have lease since 2012 for 26,994 square feet at $21.44. So all Henderson, Hargrave, Keewatin show $21 per square foot, correct?
They show remuneration for real estate and equipment. Equipment is not taxable.
And you can see on page number 438, landlord shall at its own expenses provide this. It's not part of risk, it's owner have to invest to keep tenants, period.
Yeah, that's the point. The owner is paying it and then charging a lease back for it. He's not doing it out of the goodness of his heart. He's getting money for it.
He collect lease, net income $21.44 for 27,000 square feet. Plus he has to on its own expenses put this equipment. So net lease.
Okay, we're kind of spinning our wheels here. Can we move along? We understand the point that both parties are trying to make.
No further questions.
All right. Any questions on the rebuttal, Ms. Werhun?
None, thank you.
Mr. Colatriglio?
No questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now summation, Mr. Mercury.
So just on the liability question, I think you've heard my submission without repeating it in great detail. You've seen the amount of space that is leased by Shared Health. You've heard the submissions regarding the Municipal Assessment Act and the provisions that allow for an exemption, not only space leased owned by Shared Health, but used for a hospital. There's an argument to be made that the entirety of that parkade, similar to other hospital parkades, is exempt. We've used 54% as a conservative estimate on the overall allocation of building value for exemption. With respect to the value, I will defer to Mr. Neufeld to very briefly summarize his position, but I would just add one point, and you have a lot of material before you. One of the documents that particularly Mr. Cadieux provided included a very detailed affidavit as part of the CCAA proceedings. And if you actually review it, you can see the real financial pain that the Manitoba Clinic was going through. And in terms of vacancy, you can see, just reference this for you, page 18 and 19, that the medical, what's called Medco, or the Manitoba Clinic building or operations, had way more space than they needed. And as of the date of that affidavit in 22, they had approximately 52,000 square feet of space available for lease or sublease, according to the affidavit in the court proceedings. This was a very, very challenging building to lease up, and it's all been verified in great detail. So that was the only other point I wanted to highlight for you, but I'll just turn it over to Mr. Neufeld to the extent he wishes to just summarize his points in conclusion. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, thank you. Essentially, what the model has produced and the assessor is supporting fails on the basis of the rental value, for one, because the comps that they're using to support what they have down are artificial rents. They were creative financing, whatever you want to call it. Take those out, and you can see that what they've given you as comparables is pretty solid in that $14 to $15 range. And but because that's really where the real market lies. The vacancy is derived from the Winnipeg's premier, where the most reliable source we have. I've given you every single building in Winnipeg that releases in the suburban market to show you that this is the backup for it. This doesn't come from a model. If you have a question with it or a concern, go ahead, look at it, because this is about transparency. The vacancy rates aren't great in office, and they haven't been for quite some time. The rest of the building was based on the premise of a use value for the secondary tenants, and on an owner's value for use value for the two primary tenants. The first one, they set their own rent and they went bankrupt. The next big chunk of it was the purchaser who set their own rent. Those don't count. And then the first floor rents were all based on premises that did not come true. And you saw one of them complained about it and said, "You got to cut my rent." Those are, again, it's called a use value. It's based on a particular value for a particular user for his business, the contribution of the real estate to the business. And the only one that stands out in the building as not being one is the cafe, because they're just a normal user, $15.02 a foot. And there's where the strength lies in of where we should be looking at in that range. The parking income, this is a one-off property. It's a building that has to be run like hospital type operation 24/7. And they have higher operating costs as a result. And unlike the other hospitals, they pay more taxes. I can only think of another building in Winnipeg that they would actually have to run this 24/7, and they pay taxes, and that's the airport. And they get $30 a day, but that's a totally different one-off as well, right? these are all one-offs. So the number on the parking was historically backed up and supported by what they've been doing, and it doesn't move into the same pace as the improvement rental value, because it is a different type. The cap rates, you don't split a cap up ever. That's not something that any appraisal theory would ever support. Half a building gets one cap, the other part of the building gets another cap. It's sold as one, and if you want to find one to compare it to, find one that has the same qualities as it. Don't parse it, because that's an artificial appraisal. But the last thing I wanted to leave with you is I was just remembering something. My first municipal board had to do with a building that was in poor condition. And I was kept listening to people saying, "Well, my building's in bad shape. You should cut the taxes for this and that." So I came in a picture with my building that showed tobacco demolishing it. And it's the same thing here. You hear the doom and gloom all the time about this building's poor, this building's poor. Well, this one went bankrupt. What other proof do we need to know that the model, or sorry, the development approach they used on this building didn't work, and now we're suffering through a correction on it? And that correction has to be supported by market, not by somebody's dream of what they want for use value. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take what's a lunch break, half an hour here or so till 1 o'clock, and then come back and hear 2025. And when we do come back, I would appreciate that only talking about things that are different for the 25 market year. Thank you. All right, thank you. Welcome back. We will now deal with 790 Sherbrooke for the 2025 assessment year. So, Ms. Scheibel, you can begin.
Thank you. File number 25-6, roll number 130-990-69150. We have preliminary issue. The assessor requests the burden approved be placed on applicant for not cooperation, section 53, 3B of Municipal Assessment Act. If reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows section 54, 3-2 of Municipal Assessment Act. If everyone open page 20 of my brief, we receive track and delivery from our second letter, LP 661173370 SA. It was delivered on June 19th, 8:18 a.m. On page 21, tracking number I already pronounced, LP 661179370 SCA. And what we request on page 22, our first request of income expense mailer was requested on April 13, 2023. We sent second letter on page 23 of June 9, 2023 with reference number LP 661179370 SA. What was in attached to both letters was income expenses mailer, questionnaire, and tenants verification form. Based on this evidence, asking for proof, burden approved, be placed on applicant for not cooperation and reduction assessment in order as it follows section 54, 3-2 of Municipal Assessment Act. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Mercury?
Yes, I do. Ms. Scheibel, if you refer to your brief, let me just pull it up for a moment here. And I believe it was page 20 you were referring to?
Yes.
This mailer that you have referenced was addressed at if you look at page 22,
Correct?
that mailer was addressed to the prior owner of the property, the Manitoba Clinic Holding Co. Ltd., correct?
Correct. 790 Sherbrooke Street. It was delivered there.
Yes, that is not the current owner of the property, correct?
Not today,
No,
but it was happened in 2023.
yes.
And the
And
owner changed in 2023. So the Manitoba Clinic Holding was owner of the building until December 2023.
right. And you are collecting information for the 2025 general assessment.
For 2022 general assessment.
2022.
Correct.
You were seeking information for you sent a mailer for
In
April.
April
No, you were
13,
seeking financial information for 2022, but this was for the next general assessment, correct?
yes, for assessment 2025 and
That's right.
financial information 2022.
Correct. And that 2025 assessment was issued sometime in May or June of 2024, correct?
Correct, but it's based off reference date
Yes.
2022 market evidence. That's why
And
we ask this penalty.
yes, and you returned a value of $40,879,000 for, excuse me, $39,262,000 for 2025. But that assessment that you issued for $39,262,000 has now been nullified, correct? And it was nullified by the supplemental assessment that you issued in the fall of 2024.
That was issued by the agent about exemption portion, but still original assessment was done without providing income expense mailer from the owner. That we ask for penalty to be consistent across the city for each property owner.
I understand that, Ms. Scheibel, but the current assessment under appeal is not the assessment that you were seeking information for back in 2023. The most current assessment is the supplemental assessment.
But our model working by financial information provided for the owner. 2025 model number crunched from 2022 information provided from each owner. Model cannot work without this information. That's why it's put in Municipal Assessment Act, Section 53, 3B, requirements to provide. It's mandatory, period.
Yes.
Why
Thank you, Ms. Scheibel. I'll reserve comments on the legislation submission, but ask the board to refer to, you have not included, Ms. Scheibel, the communication between your office and mine with respect to requests for information, and I would ask the board to have regard to that. And that is rebuttal number 3.
I ask information from June 2023. Our communication start in November 2024. It's completely 2 different issues.
That's right. It is completely 2 different issues, because the assessment that you are asking for a deferral penalty on no longer exists. The current assessment under appeal is the 2024 assessment. So I'd ask the board to please refer to the rebuttal document number 3, please.
But it's a physical condition. But information from 2022 would be applied by our model to another similar property. It's real information where we collected. We have to have this information.
Okay, so bear with me. We'll get to argument later, but I'd like to the board to see the evidence on this, please.
Oh, okay.
It's a document, it's a 18-page document. It's called Rebuttal Book of Documents.
Could you forward again?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is it in our SharePoint,
Should be.
Ms. Graywood?
I just put it in there, if you try to refresh it.
Okay. And should be. Yesterday at
Can
okay,
you
I got it.
forward by email again?
Just give
I'm
me one
completely
second,
lost.
Ms. Shangle, I'm just gonna send that to you here.
You don't have the document?
You
Yes, I
have,
have.
does everyone have it?
Yes,
All right,
Yes.
so,
it's okay. So 20 both.
okay,
here.
so if you look at tab 1 of that document, and if you specifically refer to page 5 of that document, Ms. Scheibel, you recall sending me an email on October the 24th, 2024, and you asked, indicated you're in the process of updating the records for this roll number,
Yes, for
and you
exemption
asked for
purpose,
information
correct.
regarding not liability, but on an assessed value, and you requested information specifically relating to shared health. You asked me for all of the leases, correct? And I
Correct.
responded to that email. If you scroll above, I gave you the exact square footage of in the building. I indicated there's no business being carried on by shared health. I had asked you if you had been assigned to look at this. Do you recall that, Ms. Scheibel?
Yes,
Okay,
it's
and
typical information we will request if we
yes,
update property or for exemption. I have to have information.
but it wasn't only for the exemption, Ms. Scheibel. You asked me for all of the leases in the
Correct.
building, and you also had the ability to ask us for whatever information that you wanted at that time, correct?
Yes, but it's
Okay.
specific to provide exemption portion because in your letter you provide leasable area 149,775 square feet. In moment of I request information, our leasable area was 162,000.
I
That's why I
understand.
requested each leases in this building to update this property.
Yes, but if you look at page 9, Ms. Scheibel, you weren't just looking at the liability and exemption issue.
I update whole property.
Exactly.
Because we have provide different information about leasable area, about exemption. Now I see right now site specific collect information. But when we request information for 2022 from the owner, this information would be applied for whole assessment 2025 across the city. We need this information for us as our must model. Period.
All right, well,
work without information.
we can discuss that, but let's just agree on this, that when you asked for information and reviewed the information that we provided you, you not only changed the class liability, but you essentially did a new valuation for the property, a fresh valuation. Is that fair?
Site
Okay.
specific, but information needs
That's right.
for mass model for this
All right.
property.
Okay,
In
and we'll get to that.
2023, we request and we not receive it.
We'll
It's
get to
two
that.
separate issue.
We'll get
And
to
by
that,
the
Ms.
way,
Scheibel.
thank you for provided information. So I update this property correct up to date.
All right.
If some new leases of parking space that required are eligible for exemption, if you provide copy of this list, we will be currently increase portion of exemption, but not until we have actual.
Okay, we're kind of off topic here, so let's just deal
Yeah,
with the.
Ms. Scheibel, after you received all of that information, you increased the assessment initially by over $18 million. Is that correct?
It's a model generate.
Model
I just
generated.
update actual records and refresh model.
All right. It's a model generated, but did you not have?
Yes, because we start to separate spaces. It's Rounding all together give us new model estimate value. It's a model, mass model project, not
Mr.
site.
Chairman, I think we're getting off of the
Yeah,
topic
Yeah,
of.
we are
we're
getting
getting
off.
into the topic.
request
So,
here.
the point is at page, the point is she's indicating that she's requesting a deferral penalty on an assessment that does no longer exist. And the point here is that this assessor and the assessment department had every opportunity to ask for whatever they wanted. And I referred Ms. Scheibel to page 10 of the document that I have provided. And in the last paragraph, Ms. Scheibel, do you recall me indicating to you, I asked you whether you were the one to look into this or another city representative, as we would like to engage in a discussion on these matters. Did you ever seek to engage in a discussion on either the valuation issues or the liability issues? Or did you just simply take what information you had and generate a new assessment?
We have several email conversation until I receive all necessary information for site-specific updates.
All right, those are my questions for Ms. Scheibel. Thank you.
Information from owner would be applied by mass model. We didn't have at this
Thank you, Ms.
point
Scheibel.
in 2020.
Yes, we've are there any questions, Mr. Colatriglio, to the city?
The information that was asked for, Ms. Scheibel, was in the normal list of requests made to all owners of record at that moment in time, correct?
Correct, across all city, each.
Thank you very
property.
much. And it obviously went unanswered, correct?
Correct,
And you've shown us the information that the city has for this at this moment, is that
Correct.
correct?
it's our records to support the penalty.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Werhan.
I think mine have just been answered. Thank you.
Okay, so this request was issued to the previous owner? Is that correct?
Correct, it was, last letters was in June 2023.
Okay, but
Property
typically,
change hand in ended 2023, December
Yeah.
15th.
typically what I have found is the city does not request penalties when the ownership has changed. If the previous owner did not comply, it is makes very little sense to penalize a new owner. Is that not the city's procedure normally?
Not our procedure request penalty, it's up to board consider it.
Okay, but you're
Because our model working on actual financial information.
are you not penalizing someone else for a different owner's
Yes,
malfeasance?
No, it's part of Municipal Assessment Act.
Well, I know the act, yes.
You cannot blame model if you don't provide right information. We
But
have
who gets the penalty? It would be the new owner in this case? Okay, I have no further questions. So, Mr. Mercury, you can
Yeah.
present your
Yes.
case.
So as a starting point, when we saw the request for deferral penalty, it took us by some surprise, as you might imagine, for a variety of reasons. First of all, Section 16(1) of the Municipal Assessment Act, which the assessor has glossed over, hasn't really touched on, and is often glossed over in these proceedings, in my experience, states that an assessor may request that a person, including a crown agency or crown corporation, who owns, uses, or occupies assessable property, provide to the assessor information or documentation that relates or might relate to, or that might affect the value of the property being assessed, or that is, might be relevant to the assessment of the property. So at the time, yes, there was a request for information from the prior owner for the general 2025 general assessment. That assessment is not under appeal. That assessment was nullified by the issuance of a supplemental assessment first in the fall of 2024, when the assessor chose to not only change the liability and classification of the property, but increase the assessment by some $18 million, shockingly. After some further dialogue, they then changed the assessed value again. So we now have a second break in the chain for in respect of the property. So we're now 2 assessments removed from the original 2025 general assessment, such that we now have a new assessed value, which we went through earlier, and the latest assessment value is $42,289,000, $18,169,000 of which is exempt. Prior to issuing those assessments, and the purpose of me taking you to the rebuttal information was that the assessor had the opportunity under section 16.1 to ask for information that might affect the assessed value, essentially the refreshed assessed value, if you will, of this property. And Ms. Scheibel wrote to me. She indicated that they are doing a review of everything on this property, asked for it, and we provided it. I asked to be engaged in a discussion. This goes to a question Mr. Colatriglio asked earlier in the proceedings, saying, was this all explained? We wanted to explain all of this to the assessment department and engage in a discussion so that, frankly, we could try to agree upon something that was reasonable. But for reasons which remain unclear to me, there was no engagement with our office or with Mr. Cadieux or Mr. Neufeld or anybody. They just simply kept issuing new supplemental assessments. And so for the city to now come forward and say, well, we sent a notice 2 assessments ago to the prior owner, and to suggest that that warrants a deferral penalty, it is frankly without any merit whatsoever, and it's not in accordance with the act, and it frankly is a contravention of every notion of procedural fairness imaginable. So for all of those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that the request for deferral penalty is not warranted in this instance. And I will add to this, at the time that they made that deferral request to the prior owner, the Manitoba Clinic Holding Co. Ltd. was subject to CCAA protection. There was a monitor appointed by the Court of King's Bench who essentially had control over, was overseeing all of the financial affairs of Manitoba Clinic. That's a public document. It's available on the website. The city of Winnipeg, I would imagine, would be aware of this. And now for them to come forward and ask for a deferral penalty is surprising, to say the least. They're disappointing. So those are my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, questions, Mr. Scheibel, Mrs. Scheibel.
No questions.
Okay, questions, Ms. Werhan.
None, thanks.
Mr. Colatriglio.
Mr. Murphy, I appreciate the position that you've taken in that you're saying the original owner was in financial difficulties, etc., but was being overseen by a monitor, I guess is at that moment in time would have been the correct terminology.
That's correct.
So it would have, the request for information would have been sent out correctly by the department and would have been received by the monitor in the owner's for the owner at that point. Would that not be correct?
It could be the case. I would have to speculate in terms of who actually received the mail at that time. But the monitor, according to
we have to assume that the monitor would be taking in all mails coming in, and certainly would look at mail coming in from the department.
I would imagine.
I can't imagine them ignoring that, sir, and that you have to agree with me on that.
I would agree with you, certainly.
Okay, so, and I think I understand what you're suggesting in that you're saying, well, ownership changed shortly after that, but the reality is when this was sent out, which would have been sorry, what was the date again? June?
April of 2020,
April
2023,
20.
excuse me.
Yes.
April of 2023.
Right. So the ownership didn't change until what date again?
It was later that year. They've title transferred in the beginning of 2024.
Okay, so 6, 7, 8 months later, title transfer.
That's correct. Yeah.
Is there no, you don't think it's reasonable by the department to suggest that information was requested by the owner, the current owner of record? And then we should, I mean, if these had been tighter in terms of timelines, I may understand your position a little clearer. But this is a fairly significant difference in timelines
Well,
between the request and the transfer of title to the new ownership.
yes, the point is that the request for information, it was in relation to an assessment, the 2025 general assessment, which was issued in May or June of the following year.
Yes.
That is not under appeal and no longer exists. So let me just back up and finish my thought, if I may. If that property, hypothetically, had it been the original 2025, well, it was actually initially appealed, it was then nullified, and the city went on to request information, as you've seen in the evidence, and essentially had the opportunity to gain access to whatever information they required to do a refreshed value for not only the 2024 supplemental, but the 2025 supplemental. And they asked, and they keep talking about the model. The act doesn't talk about the model. It talks about information that is relevant to the assessment of the property being assessed. So they did make a request for information, which I've shown to you. We complied with that request for information. They took that information. We actually went beyond sending them information. We actually said, please call us to have a discussion. We want to give you anything you need to make a proper assessment of this property. And what did they do in response to that? They didn't respond. They increased the assessment by $18 million, which is I've never seen anything closely resembling that in all of my years practicing assessment law. With next to no discussion, I had then followed up with the city assessment department saying there must be some mistake. The original answer I got was there's no mistake. We've refreshed it. I then responded again saying, please review this. This is not correct. And eventually Ms. Scheibel says, yes, you're right. I did make a mistake. And she changed it to the number that you now see. And so it's been all over the map. But one thing that has been constant, Mr. Colatriglio, is that we have been more than compliant and willing to discuss matters with the city. And what they're referring to now is a request for information with respect to an assessment that is now 2 assessments removed to a prior owner. And that's not consistent with the legislation.
And I appreciate your position. I get it completely. You feel that the department did not give you a fair shake in terms of being able to have a discussion with them about the valuation. But the fact of the matter is, whether it's changed once, twice, or 3 times since the original request for the value for the income and expenses related to the building at that moment in time, which was sent out to all owners of buildings, that they don't say each time you have a new owner, we send out a request for information. It doesn't work that way. They only do it on a set time each year so that they can get information and put that into their system. That's the problem. I appreciate where you're coming from, sir. I really do.
Well, there's 2, if I may, that's part of it. But the other part of it is you have to look at the legislation. The fact that an owner may have been non-compliant, for example, 4 years ago in the prior general assessment cycle, doesn't give the owner, it doesn't give the assessment department the right to continuously ask for a penalty year after year after year. You
Yeah.
have to look at what assessment you are talking about specifically. So if, for example, there had been no changes to 2025, there had been no supplementals issued, and we just went and appealed the assessment for 2025, we came forward, that arguably maybe was a different situation, although it was a different owner. And I agree with the chair that my experience is many instances the city does not ask for it when it was a prior owner. That may have been different, but the moment they issued a supplemental assessment, after they issued a second request for information, the chain is broken. Section 16.1 is the request for information that impacts the assessment under review, the assessment under appeal. And that makes sense, because to interpret it any other way would mean that if the Manitoba Clinic didn't respond to request for information in, for example, 2019, well, sure, that information may have been relevant not only for the next general assessment, for several other general assessments, but it doesn't mean that the city can ask for deferral penalty for four assessments down the line. And so,
and I appreciate what you're saying, that you can't have them penalizing going forward multiple years in a row. I understand that. And you're suggesting that each time an assessment was changed in this instant, that they should somehow be able to send out additional requests for information. Though information was requested, they were requesting the tenancies of the property, because that was going to affect based on the exemption now request of this particular instance, correct?
they asked for the tenancies, not only of the shared health leases, they asked for all of the tenancies in the building.
And
We only asked for an exemption with respect to the shared health related matters. But the point is that the city can ask for information at any time they want. They happen to send their information requests in April and June. But we do occasionally get requests for information in the middle of the cycle. And if an owner doesn't respond to it, there are consequences to that.
I agree with you on that. Mr. Murphy, I'm going to suggest to you that I understand your position very clearly. I understand the position of the department, and we'll make our decision in camera. I guess that's really what it comes down to, sir.
Okay, I will add. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll just add one last point here. The city wants the best of both worlds here. They want a deferral penalty. The original value was $39 million, I believe. Sorry, let me double check that. The original value for 2025 was $39,262,000.
My apologies.
Okay. They have now increased that assessment without any physical changes to the property to $40,145,000, nearly $1 million increased assessed value. And so what they're saying is, we want to defer what? What do we want to defer? And what do we want to make you pay taxes on for 2025? Because the prior owner didn't respond to a request for information. We want you to pay taxes on, I'm not even sure what they're asking. Are they asking that we defer and keep the original 2025 value at $39,262,000? Or are they asking that we keep it at $40,145,000, which includes $16,693,000 of exemption? That assessment had nothing to do with the request for information that was issued in April. So I'm not even clear on what precisely the city is asking for, because the original assessment returned was $39,262. So the city can't have it both ways. They can't say, well, we get the right to change the assessment. It's all a new assessment twice over, and we're going to rely on a request for information that was 2 or 3 assessments ago. So I'm now confused, Mr. Chairman, as to what exactly that they're asking for.
Okay. I've got a question regarding the application of section 54(3) sub 2. reading it, I'll read it. Where a person fails to comply with a request for information or documentation under clause 16(1)(c), the board or panel shall specify in its order that any reduction in the assessed value of the person's property is not to take effect until the following year.
Yeah.
It's no longer that person's property, though, is it?
That's correct. It is not that person's property.
So there can be no penalty if it's not that person's property any longer. Is
I-
that not
I
correct?
think that is certainly a fair interpretation of the act, and in fact, a fair reading of the act. Unfortunately, as we all know, the Municipal Assessment Act is not a model of perfect draftsmanship, but you have to put it mildly. But I think you have to read section 16(1) and 54 together. I've argued these penalty cases for years, in the Board of Revision, the Municipal Board, and all levels of court. Notwithstanding the confusion by all, the legislature hasn't changed it. But I agree with Mr. Chairman that that is a very fair and reasonable interpretation of it. But quite apart from that, I would still maintain my position that you have to trace the request for information to the assessment that followed from that, and ask yourself, are we still in the same chain, the same appeal? Are we appealing that assessment that was returned after the non-request, or are we appealing something different, a subsequent cycle, or are we appealing a sup? And here we're appealing two sups that the assessor took their time to review the information, not only on liability and class, but on value. And these are the numbers that they've given us. They're not 39,262,000. They're all over the board with their values. And they had every opportunity to obtain the information. This is what they chose to return. So if the board grants a deferral penalty, I'm not even sure, again, what it is that we're deferring or what we're asked to pay on. So those are my submissions. I think you have my comments, but I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Okay, Ms. Scheibel, do you have any response to the point I raised as being it's no longer the person's property?
Our request for information for all properties. His records, very crucial information for mass model. That's
Okay,
why,
we've heard that
put in
response.
Municipal Assessment Act. On following Municipal Assessment Act, we asking for penalty.
Okay, but it's no longer that person's property. How can it be a penalty
doesn't
then?
matter. It's
Well,
collected
54.3.1
information
seems
for
to
us.
matter.
It's part of law. Provide information to us.
Well, okay. Thank you very much. I guess we will now go in camera to consider the exemptions. Thank you. Or the non-co-op. Okay, welcome back. The panel has debated at some length the application of the non-co-op, and we are not prepared to grant the non-co-op at this time. So, Ms. Scheibel, you can begin your presentation. Oh no, we're going to deal with liability first. So, Mr. Mercury on liability.
Yes, fortunately for the members of the panel, there really isn't much more that I have to say that hasn't been said already in terms of the liability question. Similar to the 2024 assessment, we would be asking for the same ratio, if you will, the 54% overall, for the reasons that we've gone over at length in the earlier submission. I expect you don't want me to repeat all of the submission that's been we've already been through, but that would be our request.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Scheibel, again, are you basing the liability on strictly the 80 parking spots?
If you open page 34, we've been together. This 53.5% liability split depend on rentable area of building and premise occupied by Share Health. How we apply, it's not applied to parking structure in the parking lot. For parking structure, we apply only 18 parking stall. It's supported on page 39, parking rent. By provided information, we applied a liability split. Nothing more was provided to us. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, so then on valuation then, Ms. Scheibel.
Okay. Thank you. We did assess 2025 years with reference day April 1st, 2023 at 40,145,000. It includes 16,693,000 exemption. So subject property, medical office, 10th floor building with parking, parking structure, parking lot and retail space on main floor with leasable area much lower than gross floor area of 163,840 square feet. It's like provided to us 149,778. On page number 2, I provide existing leases signed in 2022, 2023. Sorry, it's post reference. Yeah, Share Health it's post reference, but it shows that on January 1st, 2025, building full occupied. Let's look on the actual leases existing the building before we go into my comparables. We open page 30. We have a retail space occupied by Shopping Drug Mart. If you open page 32, we can see the basic rent, $38.74 per square foot on ground floor, plus tenants pay additional rent. And like we saw in previous agent brief, it's around $15.54 overage. Also, we have same Share Health rent. So we apply it is 80,150 square feet. It's what proportional shell, 53.5%. On page 34 it started. We're going to rent. On page 37, rent we can see income rent until March at 51E until March 31st, 2029. Tenants pay $21 per square foot. It's rent. It's net rent. If you open page 38, they also section 6, they have to pay additional rent. And on page 39, we can see our parking rent. So these tenants eligible pay for 18 parking stall. So we apply exemption of these 18 parking stall only. On page 40, we have another lease with Gamma Dynacare Medical Laboratory. They have lease size 2022. And on page 41, we can see that they pay $19.35. It's net rent. And also they pay additional rent, 4.03 additional rent on $14.54 per square foot. On page 43, we have another lease between with Susan Heidinger. So this lease was signed in July 2022, prior reference date. On page rent, we can see how much rent. So on page 46, basic rent, they pay monthly amount So it's not showed per day. It's 46, this area. So these tenants pay basic rent 21,100 per year, plus they pay additional rent, so it net rent exists. On page 48, we have orthopedic medical supply service, or AMCC. They pay rent $28 per square foot. It's a retail rent. They pay occupation cost $10.74. So it's this rent. Following, we go on page 53. Imperial Vision Inc. rent. They rent since December 2015. If you're looking on page 54, they occupied 1,419 square feet until October 31st, 2028. They pay basic rent $28 per square foot. And they also pay additional rent $14.54 per square foot. So all this information I posted on page number 2 and summary property leases. You can see that Dynacare, it's located in basement, pay $19.35. Retail space, shopping truck, Imperial Vision between $28 to $13 per square foot. Medical offices for Share Health, $21 per square foot. Okay, on page 3 to 8, in street view, airport view. On page 9, we're going for market evidence for April 1st, 2023. I provided same Winnipeg Regional Health Authority rent comparables, and you can see they or 975 Henderson Highway rent for $15.75.
Okay, are these the same comparables as
Yes.
your? Okay, well,
Hargrave, $16, and
we don't need to go into them in detail
so
then.
average of these rents, $18.72 are between $18 to $19 per square foot. We see comparables for retail rental space. You saw that actual rent $28 to $38. My comparable showed around $28, $27.90 average, and media $26.25. I did provide rent on Sherbrooke, Corridor, Portridge. Next, rent for comparable properties, 2022 reported rental rate for parking structure. For parking structure, it showed average $98.64, stabilized net income per stall per month, or media $97.71. And comparable property for 2022 reported rental rate for surface parking showed average $95.26, stabilized net operating income per stall per month, or media $66.38, stabilized net operating income per month per stall. Now we on page number 10, we're going to model generated income approach. Subject property have parking lot, 13 parking lot, and we assess monthly net units rent per stall $51.75. Give us net operating income $8,073. For parking lot, we apply 5% capitalization rate across all parking lot in the city to be consistent. Give us estimate value $161,000. On page 11, medical office taxable portion, it's 55,081 square feet, leasable area. We apply $16 by models over at $16.72. give us a potential rent 920,871. My comparables was showed around $18-19 per square foot. For medical office, model generate 5.5% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses, in shortfall for occupation, vacant space $8 per square foot, give us net operating income 819,880. Overall capitalization rate generated by model for this portion 7.8%, give us estimate value of 10,511,000. On page 12, retail portion of building showed we estimate 14,544 square feet of retail space at $22.86 per square foot overall. And you saw original site-specific $28 to $88 per square foot. So our assessment $22.86, it's reasonable and fair. It gives us potential rent $332,446. For retail portion, model generate 5% capital vacancy loss across the city for this type of property. We apply 3% not recoverable expenses, shortfall or occupation of empty space $7 per square foot. Give us net operating income 301,259. Model generate for retail portion 7.6% capitalization rate. Give us estimate value of this portion 3,964,000. On page 13, we're going to parking structure still taxable 559 stalls. We model generate monthly net units per rent per stall $92. Give us net operating income 617,136. Or for all parking structure across the city, model generates 7% to be consistent. It gives us estimate value of $8,816,000. Now we're moving to exam portion. Parking structure, 18 parking stall occupied by share health. We model apply same monthly net units rent per stall, $92. Give us net operating income 88,320. Same capitalization rate for parking structure centers 7% across the city to be fair. Give us estimate value 1,262,000. On page 15, we assess exemption 18,150 square feet occupied by share health at $16.86 per square foot. It's overall net rent, actual rent $21 per square foot. It's fair. Potential rent $1,351,575. We apply 5.5% vacancy loss for all office medical building across the city. 3% not recoverable expenses in shortfall $8 per square foot. Give us net operating income 1,203,655. Same capitalization rate 7.8%. Give us estimate value 15,431. If on page 16, summary of all my estimation. So our net operating income just over 3 million. Our overall capitalization rate 7.57%. Give us a capitalization value of whole property 40,145,000. That's it. And we saw already leases. On page 55, all my comparables, street and view, following by our assessment on page number 60, and following by appeal. Based of my evidence, we ask to confirm 2025 assessed value of 40,145,000. That includes 60,693 exempt portion. Thank you.
Okay, questions, I assume Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, just first general question. The total assessment in this case is about 5% lower than the 23. And I'm wondering, does that conform to what the model has done for commercial properties in Winnipeg?
Yes, for 2025 assessment, we analyze all financial data from 2022. And what model crunch for us? It showed that vacancy increased and capitalization rate went up.
Well, I was looking at your summary page 16 versus the other one, and I think didn't the vacancy stay very, very small change? Actually, it went down, didn't it? It was just all in the cap rate. Rents went up.
Oh, yes,
Vacancy
cap rate
rates
went up.
went
Sorry,
down,
yeah, cap rate.
Cap rates went up. Okay.
And shortfall went up.
Not in this case. Shortfall went down.
Oh,
overall.
yeah, so I need this one. Yeah, a little bit down. But all this capitalization rate, it's estimated across the city for all sold properties. Shortfall information when it's building full owner occupied. How that why it is statistical data.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to understand how the model works. So cap went up 10%, but rents and everything else went down, changed upwards 5%. So the net decrease was about 5% then, right?
Yes, and potential rent will slightly up. It's 3.3 million compared to 2023 assessment, 3.1 million. So it's actual market evidence applied to model.
On page, so I want to get this right here, make sure I'm looking at the right report. Yes, I noticed this also in the other one, and I forgot to ask this question. On page 11, the smallest space has the lowest rental rate at 1410, and the larger spaces have higher rental rates. Why did this occur in the model?
That's why I'm talking on overall rent of $16.72 per square foot generated by model.
Yes, but your model generated the top two. So how did this happen?
No answer.
You mean you don't know?
I'm not part of model.
Okay.
His $16.72 very well supported by my comparable.
I wanted
to show a trend between $18 to $19 per square foot. It's market, but original rent $21 per square foot. It's fair.
Okay, sorry, and I just want to clarify, when you say no answer, you mean you don't have an answer. It means you don't want to answer, right?
I'm talking about overage.
But you don't have, you don't know the answer.
Square feet, rent for $16.72.
On page, just a second, I lost it here. Okay, yes, you've got some permits listed on pages 27, 28, and 29. Is page 29 the summary of all permits?
1 second. Oh, nice. Thank you for bringing to my attention. Open page 27.
No.
I just was looking on all permit and current permit, what happened with the property. So for on page 27 in 2020 was interior alteration for retail store, shopping drug mark. It was involved 140,000. On page 28, another permits, current permits from 2022 was interior alteration for new tenants, winter hubs for 844 square feet. On page 29, all permits was posted on this property, size 2000 by 2024, showed that just interior alteration, additional construction was involved around 21.6 million cost.
Okay, so I see the 140,000 and the 13,700 on page 29. So you have a total permit value 21,644,000. Is that what you're presenting here?
It's quota century for 24 years.
And
Because building was original built in 1997.
right, but that was just the parkade though, correct?
Parkade, it will be 2015, 2.7 million construction addition. Plus, no, parkade, and parkade could be 2016, 50 million, 216.
So where are you reading this from?
It's on page 29. You can see in 2015. If you see permits type, last two digit, it showed years.
Yeah, but these are the number at the side is the date of the permit. So the construction occurred between 2015 and 2018.
Correct.
Were there any other permits?
It's what existed. I check all permits.
So 21 million in permits, and your assessed value is 40 million. Okay.
Because this building was built in 1997 and for size 2000, it was involved in additional construction and alteration.
Right. So I would ask you that already.
Correct.
The original building was the parkade, correct? And then the office building got added later. Isn't that correct?
Yes, size 2000 all permits.
Okay, so
Didn't go further.
and on pages page 2, bottom of page 2, these are different numbers than you showed us in the last one. Are you saying these are net or gross, or do you know?
It's completely net rent. We can go one by one from provided leases.
And did you take these from the leases then that begin on page 30, page 30?
Correct. I took area and leases just to see how site specific.
But you didn't put in the whole lease here, did you?
I put information I use, square foot, when it was lease, square footage, basic rent, additional rent, in parking rent.
The question was, you didn't put in the whole lease, did you?
I don't refer to full lease. What information provided on page 2, very well supported in my additional information.
How do we know isn't more in the lease?
It's provided by the agent.
Well, no, we're talking about, I didn't make your evidence. You made this evidence.
Yes, this leases was provided by my request by Jamie Mercury.
No, I'm asking you.
Mr. Neufeld, if there's something more in the lease that's of relevance, you can bring it to our attention in your presentation.
I'm just amusing myself after our last debate about sections of leases that we put in and we don't put in. I hope you caught the point. And I'm ready to move on. I don't really see anything new here, other than the questions I'd asked, and I'm assuming that our previous session was carries forward to this one then.
Yes, we do not need to re-ask the same questions.
Except that last one. Come on, I had to ask that. You know I did. Okay, well, I was happy with it. That is it. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Ms. Werhan.
None, thanks.
Mr. Colatriglio.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So Mr. Neufeld, then your presentation.
We already have this presentation.
Not on the 25 value.
It was together with 24, 25 value.
Was that
together.
Well, if there's anything he wishes to add, this is a
Okay.
new year, and he can add what he wishes.
Just 1 sec. I lost my place here. I found it. And this is 25. Oh, crap.
You're on page 8.
Now I opened the wrong thing here. Okay, got it. So I'm just going to go over the differences. There's as I said, there's so many similarities in the years, and we do agree that there's a decrease in value from in the market from the 21 values to the 23s. Essentially, what we saw was, and if you looked at all the evidence that you've seen in terms of market support and comparables, you saw the same comparables from both of us, yet the model shows an increase. We don't show an increase because generally with properties like this, the leases are going to be longer in term anyway, and there is absolutely nothing to indicate an increase at all. Both market information presented by myself and the assessor demonstrated no increase in rental rates. What we did have was an increase in vacancy rates, and that's going to page 10. You can see that the suburban medical jumped dramatically, and the ABC suburban went up slightly. And that indicated when you take the two of those, and we decided not to go to the mean of the two, which would have been about 14%. I think that the way we do this is to try to put some reasonableness in it. There's going to be spikes and peaks and valleys. Where does this end up for the whole market? And everything we've seen in our practice here says, yes, they did go up for office. The number is about 12% overall for all of market, and that's what we applied. The other thing that differs is the capitalization rate, and it went up because the impact of interest rates was felt. I mean, interest rates, everybody in our business knew in March 2020 they were going up. The actual evidence of them going up didn't really happen until post-COVID, when everyone figured out it was time to pay for everything that happened. And on our page 59, this is the Bank of Canada rate, and you can see that even during the COVID times, the Bank of Canada rate was held low, but by April 2023, our reference date, it was up to 4.75%. And of course, the capitalization rate is tied to the interest rates, because that's the prime ingredient of a cap rate, is the interest you charge on borrowed money. Now, the reason it didn't increase by 4 points is because there's always a form of stabilization inside every real estate deal. You don't go in when the rates are high and assume they're going to stay high. You're going to look at, what's happened over the last 10 years and where will that stabilize out. So most of our buyers for our investment properties weren't panicking and saying we need 4 more points. They're saying, well, we need a bit more, because we think that in a couple of years this will stabilize downwards and the interest rates will come normal again. That is what the market was doing, and that's why we didn't jump dramatically, but it was still an increase. Now, what we do have, which is slightly different, is the number of cap rates. Now, one of the reasons we didn't bring up cap rates that much in the last one in real examples is because there were very little sales. It was a holding time. Now, what happened beginning around 22 is we did see some sales, and I just want to go through them on page 60, both for cap rates and for what is happening in the market for office. First one, 325 Broadway, sold in 2022. It was a office with inside parking. It is being converted to a hotel. This is called losing your highest and best use, which was what was happening in office. It was no longer the highest and best use.
That was the CRA building.
Yes, it was. But it was marketed, and the highest bid came from someone who's going to convert it to a hotel. And that's what we're getting at. Now, 125 Gary, this was an offer at $11 million. And that works out to, on the building alone, a little around $100 a square foot plus, but includes the parkade. So it's less than that. And this was for another multifamily conversion. Now, the deal fell through because when they went to look at the cost for conversion, they found it was too high with this building, with all the coring involved, and they dropped it. And so it's back on the market. So this was an offer, but this is called loss of highest and best use. The next, 155 Carlton, this was a share sale in Q3 2022, 9% cap rate. The next was 175 Carlton, and this one went for a multifamily conversion. They lost their main tenant, who had 2 floors, and it went to a part use. So the office and the cigar store remained on the main floor, and the top floors went to multifamily. So again, change in the highest and best use is what you're seeing everywhere. 171 Donald, an older building, Crosstown Credit Union, sold for $2.1 million, $75 a square foot, multifamily conversion. And it had a bit of land with it too. The next one is, I don't even know why it's there. 363 Broadway. This sold in Q4 2022, 12% cap rate. This is the building the municipal board is in, 12% cap rate. Now, I will mention that was as full. So if you threw in the vacancy risk in there, the stabilized cap is going to come to about 10.2, 10.3%, which is still significantly higher for an office than we've seen. And this is what's selling in the marketplace. 333 Main and 191 Pioneer. This is a failed offer. $50 a square foot just to get rid of the debt load. This is very similar to our subject property. This had a massive debt load. It was running $400,000 or $500,000 loss per year, and with no end in sight. To get rid of it at that price would have been a treat. They ended up, post reference, it was given away as a donation for a charity donation receipt. But $50 a square foot with a debt load. 225 Vaughan was another multifamily conversion, and you can see that number works out to about $60 a square foot. So what we see here is, and yes, the bulk of these are downtown, but office is a product, and some are in downtown, some are not in downtown, but the similarities with 790 Sherbrooke are it's the same market phenomenon. Office is a tough thing, and we're seeing repurposing. And just to you wonder the reason why this is happening. Well, in the medical field, it's actually a little bit simpler than most. The concept of medical office was the co-location, all the doctors in one big building, like Medical Arts, Winnipeg Clinic, Manitoba Clinic, and then the testing facilities, the X-ray labs, and everything in the same building. Well, everybody moved closer to home. The doctors are vacating those places and getting their own places closer to where they live. And it's really just common sense. If you're working 13, 14 hours a day in billing, you'll lose half an hour to 45 minutes less of billable time driving, commuting. Let your patient do the commuting. And that's what this is our business. We see it. And the smaller suburban office is selling. Most of the buyers are medical-based people who just want to get closer to home. That's the nature of this particular product that we're dealing with here. I don't have anything else new to say. Thank you very much.
Any questions, Ms. Scheibel?
No questions. Please apply my questions when I present for 2024.
Yep. We shall. Okay, Mr. Colatriglio.
Just curious, one question, Mr. Neufeld. With respect to the shared health rent, we now know it to be $21 a square foot, yet you are maintaining a rent of $15.50 a square foot. Thoughts on that, sir?
Again, it was not provided by me. It was provided by the assessor. Now, I just want to look at that for 1 second here. And I wasn't paying attention at the time.
But you did know that number, did you not, sir?
I note a lease start of August 18th, 2023.
No, it would be December 15th, 2023.
Well, look, it's in the assessor's evidence.
Oh, well,
it's August 18th, 2023.
Well, that's when it was signed, but we didn't own the building. So.
Yeah, that's fine. Paul, it's fine. This is post-reference. And it can't be applied to this. That's number one issue. Number two issue, again, we're talking about non-arm's length relationships. This wasn't a market deal. This wasn't shared health hiring a broker and going out and finding this place and going to make a deal with the ownership. This is an inside deal. So again, you know you can't apply it and use it, but two reasons: post-reference and non-arm's length transaction.
Fair enough. Thank you. Those are my questions, sir.
Okay, Ms. Werhan.
I have none, thank you.
Okay, I have no questions. So, Ms. Scheibel, summation.
No, thank you.
Mr. Mercury's, any summation?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, Mr. Neufeld, anything?
Short repetition.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much then.
No, I just give me half a minute.
Okay.
The rents on the place, none of them stand up to the test of market. The two big rents were from deals that were between related parties with different motivations, and then the first floor was all based on the fact that we're going to have doctors writing prescriptions above. Put this on the market, it's not going to hit the rents they did. The $15 mark was the only proven one that was clean that they could hit on it. That's what we applied. That's what the rest of the market's at if you use clean deals. And other than that, I guess I just wanted to say that again, because I think that's the biggest issue here, is we're dealing with a change in the vision from somebody building a monument to their own business that they think it will make a nice statement that fails the test of market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've now heard all items on today's agenda, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much for your presentations on, as I said, initially a very complex property.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Right.
You.